And then, when that is concluded, we work our way through the business set for this afternoon as on Order Paper 6.
Thank you. That has my consent. Yes, I need to ask Synod whether it has your consent, which is much more important than mine. Could I have an indication if those who in favour, those who are against, that is carried.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, above my station, clearly. We move on. We're dealing with the item 12, Future of Work, and we adjourned before lunch, having dealt with item 47. The next item that we need to address is the amendment at item 47A, which you should find on the 11th notice paper. It was omitted by error from the first notice paper. So item 47A, and I call upon Roy Faulkner to propose the amendment. He's got 3 minutes.
Roy Faulkner, Leicester, 333. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I feel I must say in relation to this that no discussion of the future of work can neglect the huge changes in the democratics of the UK which are currently taking place and will do so more in the future. The paper describes very well the influences of technology and the fourth industrial revolution on the nature of work, and how this revolution will change the individual's perception of the chances of finding work. But this discussion assumes that the population will remain static. Now, Office of National Statistics recent data figures state that the UK population will have risen from 62.3 million in 2010 to an expected 74 million by 2041, a 19% increase. If we assume that most of this increase will consist of people of working age, then this change must have very large implications for people's opportunity to find work. So, whilst the general conclusions of the Oxford report are that the amount of work available will be reduced by the fourth industrial revolution effect, it's highly likely that demographic changes caused by projected immigration will also have a big influence on the future of work.
Thank you. I now call on the Bishop of Oxford to respond and to indicate whether the amendment is supported by him.
Thank you very much. I do thank Professor Faulkner for his substantive points, and of course the global and local questions of migration are key and relevant to the subject, but I do resist the amendment because it both widens and narrows the scope of the main motion. It widens it by introducing a new and in itself complex subject to the debate, and it narrows it in that the motion as a whole is actually not narrowly about the United Kingdom, but is actually about work, and work understood globally in a digital age. So I urge Synod to resist this amendment.
Thank you. As the Bishop of Oxford does not support the amendment, it will lapse unless 25 members stand in their places or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate on the amendment to continue and a vote to be taken on it. I therefore now invite members to stand in their places, or if unable to do so, otherwise indicate. For those on Zoom, please use the green ticks to indicate if you wish the debate on the amendment to continue. As 25 people have not indicated the amendment lapses, we return then to debate on the main motion, item 12, as amended. The speech limit remains at 3 minutes. I call upon Mike Tufnell and the Bishop of Chelmsford.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Mike Tufnell, Salisbury 214. Members of Synod and Bishop of Oxford, I welcome this excellent and insightful report on the future of work. It is a crucial topic that resonates deeply with many of the challenges that we face in the modern world. In fact, this paper felt so coherent, well-researched and concise that I began to wonder if it itself had been produced by AI. But that is clearly a joke, and I want to thank Simon Cross, who isn't here presenting, but thank Simon Cross for all of his hard work in the background, and I hope Bishop Stephen buys you a new CPU and some RAM. Though I can't help by being slightly cheeky at this point and suggesting that if some of the other motions that were presented with at Synod had been run through an AI sense checker, we might all benefit with there being a few less inconsistencies or contradictions. Joking aside, it is imperative that we as Christians embrace technology that upholds human dignity and the value of work, while steadfastly opposing any practices that dehumanize individuals and literally dehumanize the workplace. A workplace, of course, given as gift by God to steward and for us to flourish within. As we navigate the complexities of the evolving industrial landscape, it is evident that the impact of AI on work is profound and far-reaching. In my parish, several young adult creatives are worried about their future. They feel that the value of their creative gifts given by the Lord, are at risk of being diminished. So I support this motion, but further urge the bishop not only to seek the theological advice which it entails, but to proactively engage with organisations such as the Centre for Cultural Witness to communicate effectively its work into society and the wider church. Members of Synod may have come across the brilliant Re-Enchanting podcast, free plug, from the Centre of Cultural Witness. But by prophetically re-enchanting our society with a theology of hope for this new industrial revolution, perhaps together we can better navigate its complexities with both caution and creativity. Synod, let us take this opportunity to stand in solidarity with marginalised workers, advocate for fair and dignified labour practices, and strive towards a future where technology serves to augment human potential rather than diminish it. And if it were needed to further illustrate the point, the first draft of this speech was generated almost entirely by AI. Thank you.
Gully, Francis Dechani, Chelmsford, number 11. I welcome the chance to contribute to this debate, which speaks of our duty to stand with marginalised workers. The opportunity to work is an important part of our humanity. It's how we support our families, contribute to the common good, and how we share through taxation the financial burdens of our common life. And yet, thousands of asylum seekers in the UK who want to work and have the skills the country needs are effectively prohibited from accessing this opportunity. The government's decision to not allow the vast majority to work, even after 6 months of awaiting a determination on their asylum application, is at huge cost to the well-being of the asylum seekers in our churches and communities. At the same time, we're also failing to harness the ambition and skills of refugees for the benefit of our economy and wider society. Recently, the National Institute for Economic and Social Research found that lifting the ban on working after 6 months could save the government a total of £4.4 billion per year, increase tax revenue by £880 million, and add £1 billion to GDP. Equally important, it would allow people to rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose. Many in our churches have gone beyond the important act of welcome to help enable those new to UK life to fully participate and contribute. In the end, both a warm welcome and the ability to contribute are needed for a person to find a true sense of belonging. And it's clear that we benefit from the gifts and skills of asylum seekers and their involvement in our shared life. Integration can be truly transformative, both for refugees and the host community. We have a deep scriptural well from which to draw understanding about how to treat the stranger. The divine instruction is clear in its inclusivity. Outsiders must be treated as equal. Refugees are assets to our communities and our workforce alike. Public debate doesn't always reflect this truth well. But we should aspire to be a nation where those forced from their home country are given the opportunity to flourish and live in dignity through working and sharing their skills for the benefit of all. So I hope that the ethic of work that this motion puts before Synod also reflects this aspiration. Thank you.
I'll call next the Bishop in Europe, and then could I inquire, is there anyone who is proposing to speak against the motion? No, then I'll call on Kenson Lee.
Chair, thank you for calling me, and I declare an interest in this as the Chair of the Faith and Order Commission, in that FEOC is the direct object of this motion. In fact, the work involved in carrying forward the project is laid at the feet of the Commission. There is already substantial academic literature on the theology of work, and it would indeed be very desirable to build on this and take it further in the light of contemporary social and technological developments. I must say, however, that I've noticed over the course of this synod, FEOC has been named on a number of occasions as the solution to our problems. And I think it's as well for the Synod to be aware that FEOC is not a standing army of theologians simply waiting to take on more work. FEOC, the Commission, consists of 6 bishops and 10 others, all of whom have demanding day jobs. And I want, en passant, to thank and pay tribute to the academic members of FEOC for their freely given support in the theological work of the Church. They are much appreciated. They're all volunteers. The demands on FEOC are high, not least as a result of the Living in Love and Faith project, which is continually requiring work from the Commission. At the same time, the theological resources of the Central Church have been scaled back with the Transforming Effectiveness programme. It has been said, if you will the ends, you must will the means. And we can't keep adding to central theological demands whilst at the same time cutting theological resources. Notice paper 5 suggests that the resource implications for this project are between £45,000 and £95,000. And I simply have 2 questions. One is, I'd be interested to know how that sum was calculated. And secondly, I would like to know what the staffing implications are for this piece of work. Thank you.
Kenson Lee, 493 Co-opted. Thank you, Chair, for calling me to speak. Synod, I'd like to ask one question about work. Are parish assistants working in the parish? Because if they are, I have not known any that have been remunerated according to the work they do. Many people become parish assistants to gain hands-on experience of ministry with the hope of progressing into discernment for ordination training. But the personal cost for many is too high. Not many would give up a stable day job in order to work 6 days in a parish, lodging in a parishioner's spare bedroom. Ordinands, on the other hand, are also not recognized for their contribution to the ministry of the Church. We are paid the bare minimum, and many have to recourse to personal savings to continue and sustain their basic needs during ordination training. we are treated as unpaid interns who are graciously given opportunities to experience what ministry is like, while in fact on Sundays we preach the sermons, we visit care homes and hospices. I have known ordinands who have the last conversation in someone's life with them. We offer pastoral care, though we are learning. We are the point of contact for many people who are discerning their vocations, and we produce fresh theological reflections for the church's ministry. Yet we are not paid. We do not receive the financial support which recognize the dignity of our vocation and contribution to the church's life. So I wholeheartedly commend the report on work, but I urge us not to be hypocrites while recognizing some work needs to be paid, while not paying the ministers in training. If you want younger and more diverse vocation, show people you are serious about wanting us and pay us accordingly. Thank you, Synod.
I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 12 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 12. Those in favour of the motion for closure on item 12, please show. Those against, please show. That is carried. In the circumstances, I call on the Bishop of Oxford to give his final speech.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Synod, for your patience and perseverance and for an excellent debate, both on Saturday and this morning and just now. My thanks to all who've worked on this area, particularly my colleague Simon Cross, who prepared the papers, Peter Barrett, who spoke this morning and who's been a good dialogue partner within the diocese, and indeed all Synod members who've spoken. There is a pressing need for further Christian reflection on the place of work in human flourishing in the midst of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The newspapers this morning have a major story that 1/5 of the UK workforce is now in insecure employment, exactly the issue this motion addresses potentially globally. There has, I think, throughout the debate been a consensus about the importance of the issue. The various contributions and amendments have filled out and sharpened the motion further. So I'm very grateful to the proposers and to Synod for adding the clauses about unpaid work and about the place of gender in relation to work and technology. I'm particularly grateful to Archbishop Justin for proposing the amendment in support of the Rome call in AI ethics, and I believe that has potentially far-reaching consequences for our global, international and national dialogues. I'm also grateful for the call for the living wage and wider, more prescriptive scoping of the theological work with the stress on poverty. And I'd like to express appreciation for the range and number of other amendments which I wasn't able to accept. I hope the various points made in the speeches will feed through into the implementation of the motion. I assure Mike Tufnell that I'm familiar with the excellent work of the Centre for Cultural Witness and would support Bishop Gully's remarks about asylum seekers and work. To the chair of FEOC, Robert, FEOC is not, of course, the only recipient of the motion. All of us, I hope, will help take this further. I'm told by Malcolm Brown that the budget prescribed is in anticipation that additional staff would be needed. I would put to Synod that we cannot afford not to do this work in terms of this critical issue for these times. FEOC and the Church of England have the capacity to set a wider agenda, not only in parishes and dioceses, but in academia, in the kinds of doctorates that people begin, in the wider spreading of theological reflection on these agendas. Many of us will remember the excellent report of Fayok's predecessor, the Doctrine Commission, Being Human, Time, Money, Sex and Power. It seems strange now, some years later, that there was no chapter in that piece on work, but that is long overdue. I believe the number and range of amendments and the quality of the speeches has underscored the urgent need for fresh contextual theological reflection on the place of work in human and societal flourishing. Synod, the amount of work is changing, the type of work is changing, the benefits of work are changing, all very rapidly. I very much hope, on behalf of the Diocesan Synod of the Diocese of Oxford, that you will be able to accept this motion, and I urge you to vote in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm about to put item 12 to the vote. In the interests of clarity, you'll want the 11th notice paper in front of you so that you can see item 12 as amended on the previous occasion. You'll need to have in mind that item 46 was also passed and that will be added, inserted at the end of the motion. So it's item 12 as reflected on the 11th notice paper together with the amendment at item 46. I put item 12 to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. That is carried. We move to the next item of business.
Good afternoon, Synod, and welcome to item 19. It states Evangelism. Members will need GS 2345. That's GS 2345. You will need order paper number 6, as well as the financial memo notice paper 5. We have a large number of requests to speak, and as you can see, 4 amendments to get through. So from the onset, I want to ask for your forbearance. I now invite Bishop Philip North to speak to this item. He may speak for up to 10 minutes.
Philip North, Bishop of Blackburn, 008. What a beautiful sight you all are up from here. A year ago, I went to preach at a new church on an estate in Blackpool. I sat at a table with a mother and her 2 children. The mother looked grey and tired and was so ridden with anxiety that I later found out that this church service was literally the only time in the week that she left the house. The children were painfully shy, took ages for them even to make eye contact. The father had stayed at home because he had no time for church or faith. It was a family that just seemed bound up by poverty and fear. Just before Christmas, I went back to that church. The mother now has a full-time job and had just been promoted. The father has come to faith and is doing the Darson Empower course, which trains lay leaders from urban backgrounds, and that shy little boy was up front, dressed as a donkey, narrating the nativity play and grinning from ear to ear. It was a family unbound by the gospel. And how was that possible? Because of a loving, serving, worshipping Christian community confidently present on that estate. Now, 5 years ago, General Synod voted unanimously that there should be such a Christian community on every significant social housing estate in England, in order that stories like that should be commonplace. So how have we done? Well, there have been many advances. There's plenty of stories of new estates churches planted by all traditions. A number of dioceses, for example, Southwark and Norwich, London, Sutherland Notts, have appointed advisors. £100 million of lowest income communities funding, around 40 million of SDF funding have gone to estates or economically deprived communities. But there have also been significant setbacks. No one in February 2019 could have guessed the massive impact the COVID pandemic would have on every aspect of our common life. At least 10 more estates churches have closed in the past 5 years, mostly with no plan for replanting. There are still at least 850 significant estates that are not served by a Christian community, and so where stories of lives changed are untold. Therefore, this motion is an invitation to Synod to make afresh that commitment to the social housing estates of England. Before you decide whether or not to do so, let me answer the obvious questions: why and how? Why should we do this? Well, first, because of the gospel. To vote for this motion does not mean we're neglecting the countryside or suburban England. Of course we're not. But Jesus brought about a transformative ministry by going to the marginalized places and to the people living with poverty, knowing that when you do that, the rest will catch up. Just like cultural transmission, gospel transmission runs from poor to rich. If we can renew church life on our estates and in our deprived communities, we can renew it everywhere. And then second, because of our wider agenda as Synod and the national church. Yesterday in this Synod, in a powerfully moving debate, we committed ourselves to racial justice. Well, 85% of the global majority heritage population of the UK live in our estates and lower income parishes, 85%. We've committed ourselves to being a younger church. Well, 2/3 of our under 19-year-olds live in our estates and lower income parishes. 1 in 3 children of the children we long to reach are growing up in poverty. If we continue to walk away from our estates, those commitments and many others that we have made are meaningless. But then, perhaps more challengingly, how should we do this? This motion outlines 3 ways. The first is strategy. The power to plant and renew churches on estates does not lie with this Synod. It lies with the dioceses, who are independent charities setting their own direction. By passing this motion, we are issuing a bold invitation to every diocese to prioritize estates and income-deprived communities in their strategic planning. So if you vote yes, take that yes home to your diocesan synod and bishops' councils. Then the second is finance. We are a wealthy church, but the money is not always in the right places. The real terms freeze in lowest income communities funding has not helped dioceses to deliver on the 2019 motion. The wealth disparities between dioceses are a scandal that we cannot allow to endure. How can it be fair that estates parishes in the north are paying more in parish share than wealthy communities in the southeast simply because of the historic endowments of their dioceses? The time for excuses is over. We need a new and just financial settlement across the whole church, which moves the wealth to where it is most needed, if the church in our poorest communities is to survive. That is a gospel priority. And then the third how is leadership. I've been delighted to hand over the chair of the National Estates Evangelism Task Group to Bishop Lynn Collins. In fact, she should be giving this speech, but Synod's rules don't allow it. Bishop Lynn has brought fresh energy and vision to the work, and she's done so with heartfelt passion because she is that shockingly rare thing, a bishop from a working class background. Estates churches and the wider church desperately need leaders called from our estates and deprived communities. This motion encourages every diocese and TEI to think about ways of forming lay and ordained leaders from those backgrounds. There's some great examples of this, but we need many more and many more experiments. I'm convinced that there is an underground army of evangelists and prophets out there which a culturally middle-class church is simply missing. This motion also allows Synod to acknowledge and thank a remarkable group of people, which is those lay people and priests who minister on our estates. Over the past 5 years, they faced an extraordinary array of problems. A pandemic, which impacted poorer communities disproportionately. A cost of living crisis that has forced millions into destitution and placed enormous burdens on church-led community projects. A growing housing crisis that leaves many residents feeling anxious for the future. A culture of low pay combined with a shameful erosion of the benefit system, forcing millions into destitution. The work of our churches and our nation's most deprived communities, most of it unseen, much of it unmeasurable, has been utterly beautiful. Thank you for all you've done on our behalf in witnessing to the gospel in word and deed. And now, as those called to leadership, it is imperative upon us to ensure that such vital gospel work can continue. I look forward in this debate, in particular, to hearing from estates' voices. That's why I'm happy to accept all the amendments, and I very much hope the discussion on them will be brief, so there's plenty of time for voices and stories from the ground. That's what we need today. We must act now to reverse the slow erosion of Christian life on our estates. That will require sacrifice. It will require prayer. It will require huge courage. But it is essential if the gospel is to flourish once again in our land. So please lend your support to this motion.
I will now invite a couple of members to speak to this motion as an initial response before we consider the tabled amendments. The speech limit will be 3 minutes from the outset, including those moving amendments. And I'll call on Paul Williams and Mark Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In supporting this motion, I speak with some passion and reason for deep... Bishop of Sutherland, Nottingham, Paul Williams, 040. In supporting this motion, I speak with some passion and reason for deep gratitude for the evangelism and nurture by an estate church of the person most instrumental in the formation of my faith and calling to ordained ministry. My mother experienced a profound life change when she became a Christian in her mid-teens, growing up on a poor estate and having non-church-going parents. It was the parish church on the estate who welcomed her, nurtured her young faith, and gave her opportunities to serve. She left school at 16, and so when 15 years later she began to sense a calling to ordain ministry, she was something of a novelty, a woman with a young family having no higher education. But she was not easily put off by a variety of extra hurdles that were placed before her. After selection for ordination, she was asked to undertake the 2-year Aston training scheme, which she threw herself into. And then determined to get the best training available at that time for a part-time ordinand in an evangelical college, she spent 3 years at Oak Hill. Their welcome and encouragement was outstanding. I know because aged 12 to 15, I attended quite a few residential weekends with her. In 1983, she was ordained a deaconess, and then in the week following her ordination as priest at Wells in 94, she was installed as the first female incumbent in the diocese, serving on an estate close to where she'd grown up. She was still serving there when 5 years later, I was appointed as an incumbent to one of the wealthiest parishes in the Oxford diocese. Insight into her journey and context helped inspire the very fruitful and strategic two-way partnerships we developed at St. James, Gerrard's Cross, especially with St. George's Britwell, among others. Now, I share this story because I want to underline the importance of seeing the value of a state ministry as an integrated part of a diocesan vision that brings blessing and strength to the whole church, serving in very diverse contexts. In Sutherland, Nottingham, I commend two particular things we're learning. First, the importance of providing opportunities for young people on estates to be in partnership with others who are at similar stages in different contexts. Our diocesan intern scheme offers an inspiring years experience program, and because it has the confidence of our larger churches in urban and suburban settings, it means that young people are training together from the outset. I believe we should be careful not to segregate people in their formation at any stage. I've seen people from less well-off backgrounds being highly effective in contexts of greater wealth, and people from more well-resourced backgrounds excel in estates ministry. The integration needs to start early on. Secondly, I believe it can contribute to forming healthier relational and spiritual cultures in larger churches.
Sorry, Bishop Paul, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. Where there's more diverse lay and ordained leadership. So it is with enthusiasm that I support the motion that is before us.
Mark Miller, Durham 107. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bishop Philip. You are both amazing. Bishop Philip, I'm always inspired by you. I speak to you, Synod, wearing a number of hats, metaphorical, not real. I'm the vicar of Stockton Parish Church, SPC, a large building on the high street of the town of Stockton-on-Tees. Using multiple indices of deprivation, my parish is the most deprived in my diocese and the 30th most deprived out of more than 12,000 in the country. I'm also the head of urban ministry for New Wine. If you're not familiar with New Wine, it's a cross-denominational movement that longs to see the nation change through the local church. And we use the word urban to refer to communities in the lowest 10% indices of deprivation, which absolutely includes the communities in GS 2345. Let me tell you some stories which I have permission to share from our estates and urban communities, and then issue all of us a challenge. My own church, SPC, was due to close in 2007, but brought into renewal by my predecessor. The church is now thriving, growing in numbers, in depth, and in impact. It has been further supported by SDF monies, which has accelerated our children and youth ministries. We've seen young people from estates avoid exclusion from school as a result of Jesus, and my amazing youth pastor herself from a local estate. In the wider New Wine urban network, there's Ben and Amy in Manchester, who have spent most of their adult lives planting and leading churches on estates. They've introduced me to James, not his real name, from an estate, a fighter, not someone with tenacity, but someone with big fists. Introduced to Jesus by Ben and Amy, now exploring ordination. Ministry in these areas is amazing, but very, very hard, and resources are not properly allocated. Bishop Philip mentioned £100 million of low-income communities funding, LINK funding, but only 61% of this funding is actually reaching the most deprived communities, which means 39%, or over 39 million, is not being used where it should be. And to my enormous surprise, I'm about to quote Liz Truss and her cheese gig when she said, "That is a disgrace." Synod, let me urge you to do two things now. One, support this motion, including all the amendments. And two, go back to your diocese and ask the question, where is our link funding being used? And challenge where necessary if it's not being used where it should. Thank you.
Thank you. That was just an initial response to the motion. I'm going to invite Paul Waddell to move his amendment, which is item 59. He has up to 3 minutes.
Chair, if it's okay with you, can I speak to both my amendments in about 4 minutes?
One at a time, please. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Paul Waddell, Southwark 418. I hope that Synod will accept both of the amendments I'm putting forward on the basis of them being helpful and putting into the motion itself the children and young people that are at the heart of the paper. 2/3, not just the cursed Synod majority, but in case we need reminding, GS 2345 tells us that 2/3 of the under-19s in our country live in either income-deprived parishes or those with significant estates. The very present and future of our church lives there. For the last 15 years, I've been attending the wonderful St. Francis Church on Monks Hill Estate in Croydon. When I first started going, it was fairly small, majority white, majority old. Since then, I have become older, but the church has not. It's growing, and it's got younger. It's also now global majority heritage. What I'm saying is that St. Francis is younger and more diverse. Young families have brought their children. Other children just turn up. And now we've got loads of them. It's amazing. And even better than them being there, they're brilliant. What's gone well in St. Francis? Okay, so we've got a few people who are pretty good at applying for grants, both from the church and externally. And alongside our church's giving, we've been able to get a fab youth worker called Jonathan, who works with our teenagers for, quite frankly, not enough money. Jonathan himself says, for many of the young people on Monks Hill, their life can be limited to the opportunities of the estate. They're forgotten by others. Lots of people know each other, but not in a cosy community way. And young people are no different from adults in that they're really tempted to accept the reality of life as it is. The church's youth work counters that, providing acceptance, safety, and a chance to be part of a loving community. Synod, we've got church where kids think it's a good thing to be there. They're receptive to the gospel, often. And my word, Christian community and the good news of Jesus in their lives can make an obvious, tangible, sometimes life-changing difference. But we have challenges. Amazing though Jonathan is, there aren't many like him in the job market. Most youth workers look and sound a lot like me and find the lack of career pathway a turn-off. It's expensive for churches. I'm sure you can imagine the financial challenges for estates churches trying to fund youth and children's workers. Our church halves in number when our kids go to Sunday school, but we haven't got enough children's leaders to do it. We can't develop them. We haven't got the money. We can't employ a children's worker. We can make such a difference. Now, the first amendment I brought today proposes that we charge our dioceses with adding the aim of doubling the number of young active disciples to their strategic and mission and ministry plans. If we don't spell it out, it won't happen. When small pots of money are being divvied up, when decisions where we put our efforts are made, let's prioritise younger people from poorer areas. It's in item 12 of the next steps bit, but I think by putting it in the motion, we change this from a possible direction of travel to our synod instructing our diocese to get on with it and have a firm target to which they are accountable. Chair, I move the First Amendment in my name.
Bishop Philip, please confirm your acceptance of this amendment.
Philip North, Bishop of Blackburn, 008. I'm more than happy to accept this amendment, which corrects an omission, and indeed Paul's other amendment as well.
As the move of the main motion accepts this amendment, it's open for debate. Members may speak up to 3 minutes on this amendment. Jonathan? Thank you, sir.
Jonathan Macy, Southwark 224. I'm in the second biggest parish in the Church of England. 50-odd thousand of those who own up to being there. It's all estates, and it has the highest concentration of social housing in the church. Half of the parish haven't got UK passports, and it has one of the youngest demographics in the UK. Generally, we have on Sundays 60 people each week, and about a third of them are under 18. I am generally the oldest in the room, and I'm 55. Yeah? Think about your church. Think about all of the people over 60. Remove them all. What still runs? What still runs? The older people are often the engine room of the church. I wish I had some older people. I haven't. So all intents and purposes, I am a lone worker. I have an open goal before me, and I haven't got the resources to take that. I have been blessed against the facts on the ground. But if I had a youth worker, what will that look like? Please support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Dochin, 208 St Edmundsbury in Ipswich. When I first heard the phrase missionary disciples, I thought, oh, more ecclesiastical gobbledygook. And then it happened. Just about a year ago this week, one of my air cadets came to me and said, Padre, I need your help. My teacher has given me earache because I haven't done work experience. Can I follow you around for a week? So I said, do you want to be a vicar? He said, not a chance. I want to be in a parachute regiment. But he followed me around. We found a week where we did hatch, match and dispatch. He helped with the food bank, went to a town council meeting, went to Messy Church, where he met an 8-year-old who'd been told by one of our 10-year-olds that the 8-year-old needed to be baptized. So the air cadet thought, oh, interesting. And we had a chat about that and said, well, actually, our family doesn't do church. Never been to a funeral before. Never been to a baptism before. Never been to a wedding. In fact, he's not even sure that weddings have ever happened in his family. 2 weeks after he finished, he phoned me and said, can I be baptized with the 8-year-old from Messy Church? Beware of Messy Church disciples. But the story doesn't stop there, because then church being church, we thought, oh, we have to find some way of keeping this guy involved. So they said, maybe you could join the serving team. He might drop something, but it doesn't cater for the strength of air cadets and their drill. And now he heads up the serving team. And a police cadet recently completed her work experience last term. And when I get back after half term, I have to arrange for another 2 to do work experience with the vicar, none of whom want to be vicars. But with the first cadet, 4 of them will meet on Friday night to discuss how they're all going to be baptized and confirmed this year. And the original cadet, the missionary disciple, will have the joy of seeing his mother baptized on Easter Day. Please, there is nothing to be shy of here. Just wind up the young people and let them go.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment? In that case, as the move of the motion asked for a speedy run through the amendments, I'm going to test the mind of Synod to close. He needs to give me the words. There we go. I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item, he needs to give me the number, I'm doing well here. 59. Whether item 59 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 59, just the amendment, so we have more time to talk later. Those in favor of the motion for the closure, please say or indicate on Zoom. Thank you. Those against? That's carried. Thank you. I now invite Sean Doherty to move his amendment, item 60. No, we have to vote. Do you agree they need to be a bit faster?
You're on.
We're on. What are we doing? I now invite members to vote for the amendment tabled by Paul Waddell. Those in favor? And on Zoom, please indicate. Those against? That's carried. Thank you. I now invite Sean Doherty to move his amendment, item 60. He has up to 3 minutes.
Sean Doherty, Universities and TEIs 450. Thank you for the advance notice of this, Chair. I'd like to share a little bit of my experience of why I support Section E of this motion very strongly, but also I think it can be strengthened even further with just this little small amendment that I'm proposing. When I was part of a team that grafted into an estate church in 2010, we came in really keen to raise up and grow and nurture leaders from the estate. So we said, could you join the church leadership team? And would you like to be the leader of the welcome team or the leader of the whatever team? And people largely said no to us very quickly and quite clearly. So we got a little bit clever and we said, well, maybe you don't want to be the leader of this team, but why don't you be the coordinator of this team? And they saw right through us and said no again. We realized that we needed to bring a different approach to leadership and ministry to the one that we tended to be more used to with the kind of middle class assumptions. And over time, we developed things with different language, a guidance team, a discernment group, maybe not the best language, but it was what we evolved and we found ended up working in that context. So I'm really keen that we support the next steps to raise up a new generation of lay and ordained leaders from estates and working class backgrounds, as Section E puts it, and that will involve doing things differently. And the paper explains some of the new kind of approaches to training that TEIs like mine, we're following the footsteps of others which are further ahead than we are on that. And we're really excited and want to play our part in that. But As that clause goes on to refer to Ministry Council's report, Let Justice Roll Down, which is here. If you haven't read it, I really encourage you to read it. It should be required reading, and it has the power to kind of challenge us in a similar way to From Lament to Action did several years ago with respect to racial justice, because it exposes the barriers and some of the challenges which working class and estate background folk have of coming into ministry and staying in ministry. For example, I haven't got savings. Kenson Lee was talking about ordinands dipping into their savings during training. Of course, what do you do if that's not your situation? I felt pressured into being something I'm not. I just find the whole thing alienating. That experience, not just of coming in, but of staying in and of flourishing in ministry over the long haul. Hence my suggestion that we don't just raise up, but we support and continue to look after and support people in their ministries. Thank you.
Now invite members to... No? Oh, I'm doing so well. I call on the move of the main motion to indicate his response.
Happy to accept the amendment and thank Sean for the speech.
It is now open for debate. Thank you. Could I have the two women standing, please? Thank you.
Abigail Ozier, Manchester 364. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I would like to strongly support this amendment to the motion and to put my weight behind it. Just to tell you a little about my context, I am a member of the PCC of a church in Wythenshawe, which is a large area of social housing. We used to say we were the biggest council estate in Europe. I'm not sure how true that is, but that's what we used to claim. And I am also a licensed lay reader there, licensed to all 4 churches across that team in Wythenshawe. In that team, we are beginning to see signs of renewal and slow but steady growth. And amongst that, we are seeing people coming forward as leaders from within the community. I should say I myself lived in that area from the age of 18 to 38, not because I thought I had anything particular to offer, but because it's the only place that my husband and I could afford to live at the time. And I have gained so much more from being there than I have given. The generation of leaders that are coming forward now are from within that community, born and bred. We had 4 people last year undertake the Foundations for Ministry course, and 3 of them have gone on this year to train as authorised lay ministers in the diocese. But they need support as well as that opportunity, and they will certainly need ongoing support if they are to continue and grow that vocation that we're beginning to see. I wanted to call upon us to learn from other sectors and other kinds of training. When I was a single parent of 2 small children in my early 20s, I trained and qualified as a youth and community worker on a programme at that time that was run by Manchester University that was geared at what they called non-traditional learners. And I probably wasn't particularly a non-traditional learner, but it enabled me to take part too because I had small children and little support outside. It had different methods of assessment that I think we could learn a lot from, and we have that expertise in the room because Adila Zonyonobi, my colleague, was one of the tutors on that course. It was fabulous. Just one other thing I want to say, because I'm conscious of time, is that as well as supporting these new leaders as we raise them up, I also really want to really affirm the element in the main motion that calls on us to support and thank the leaders in these parishes already. We've seen more than a halving in our stipendiary clergy in Wythenshawe since 2019. And those that are left are doing fabulous work, but they are tired. And we need to value them and to thank them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Liz Goddard, London 160. I speak as a member of Ministry Council. I also taught in a TEI. I'm now the vicar of an estates church not far from here, just 10 minutes walk from here. This wasn't the speech I was going to give, but having seen the amendment, I decided it was something really I wanted to speak to. Our church is a wonderful church. And we have leaders in our church who would never be leaders in other churches. I've been on the staff of churches of 1,000 before. Our church is a church of we have an electoral roll of about 70. And most of the people who are in leadership in our church elsewhere would never be in leadership. They are people who, large numbers of them are functionally illiterate. Whenever we have a sermon or our liturgy, we always have to have pictures up because we have to enable them, those who can't read, to be able to follow what we do. And yet there are people who can't read who are leading. We have gifted evangelists who are able to lead in all sorts of ways. It's exciting to see. And one of the really exciting things about Let Justice Roll Down is thinking about how might we get those sort of people into leadership, into our church, in wider ways. I know that some of those people in my church would find it really hard to go into ministerial training at the moment, as it was when I was in ministerial training. And we need to think really seriously about what that looks like. We need to be thinking about what do we do to enable them to be trained in a non-book way. Because our training is primarily book culture. What does it look like to say to people who come from a non-book culture, we can train you, you can lead, you can be able to lead in our church? It's exciting because they have so much to give and they are leading others to Christ and they are preaching and they are teaching. Synod, move this motion, accept this amendment. It's an exciting one for the future of our church, for the future of our estates, for the future of those who don't yet know Jesus. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against this amendment? In that case, I wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 60 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 60. Those in favour of the motion for closure, please show or indicate. Thank you. And those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And so now we put item 60 to the vote. By show of hands, those in favour of item 60, please show or indicate. Thank you. And those against? That's carried. Thank you. I now invite Fraser Oates to move his amendment, item 61. He has up to 3 minutes.
Fraser with an S, 238 Worcester. Thank you, Chair. I was born and raised on Dewsbury Moor in West Yorkshire, where our council estate made national headlines in 2008 after a local girl disappeared, which triggered the largest police search operation in over 30 years. And during what was a bizarre few weeks with helicopters flying over our houses and media vans parked on our streets, the solidarity of the estate community was powerful. People in communities like this, like many in our country's council estates and social housing, exist together. And during moments like in 2008, stand shoulder to shoulder through fear and distress. And when we consider the church's mission in these contexts, we must understand that trust is paramount. Only authentically incarnational and committed expressions of ministry will suffice if we are to share the gospel and make disciples in these places. And I'm convinced, therefore, that we need to radically rethink our inherited rhythms of discernment, training, deployment, so that they are suitable for what we're all yearning for, which is to see revival in our nation's most economically deprived parishes. We've been reminded on several occasions during our time so far of those uncomfortable truths, that uncomfortable data, those statistics about church attendance that make us shudder, only for us to stoically carry on doing what we've always done. I believe as a church, in this chapter of our story together, that we need to be radically creative in all aspects of our life and mission, and particularly in our approach to leadership and ministry. We need to revive our shared missional calling, pioneering new ways of scattering the gospel and simultaneously seeking out what local grassroots leadership and discipleship looks like. How can we make a way for ordinary and unschooled men and women to serve the local church as deacons and priests, evangelists and pastors, pioneers and prophets? In all contexts, and certainly in our ministry to council estates and social housing, we need to be innovative, courageous, prayerful, dependent on the Spirit, and committed to raising up and releasing faithful Christian leaders from all walks of life to serve their own communities and beyond. I wholeheartedly support this motion, and I hope this amendment might enrich it, so that together in collaboration with TEIs, dioceses, other denominations and organisations, we can be missionally vibrant and the audacious church that Jesus calls us to be. So I move this amendment, and I hope that it has your support, Synod. Thank you.
Bishop Philip, please indicate your response to item 61.
Philip North Blackburn 008. Thank you for this amendment, which helpfully reinforces the intention of the original motion and which I'm happy to accept.
Item 61 is now open for debate. I call on Chantal and Matt Beer. Thank you.
Chantal Noppen, 108, Durham. Now, God might be from Yorkshire, but they live in the neighbourhood of the estates, there is no doubt, I am sure, where hearts are huge, memories are long, and tempers are short. After a decade of working in and on estates and low-income communities in the northeast of England, I can confidently tell you that I have learned far more from those I've been called to serve, to baptise, to bury, to drink gallons of instant coffee, comparing B&M bargains and learning to treat chips as a vegetable, than I have ever learnt from a lifelong faith in the Church of England and being an Anglican. They have taught me who God is, how God is, and why God is. I have so many stories I could tell you of the incredible, humble, everyday saints that are just living their lives as best they can on our estates. Forgotten and ignored by much of our society, assumed stupid because they left school at 16, put down and judged for their marital state by the church, told that their sexuality means they're not welcome, but affirmed and empowered by a God who deems them good enough, worthy enough to die for. One of my parishioners said that the pandemic was the first time he'd ever had someone describe his job working at the local supermarket as being something important, that suddenly he actually mattered. Why was it not the church? Sure, it is challenging to do estates ministry, to ask your family to follow you into that place. But man, there is such beauty to be found there. It's hard. But God is present and busy in and on our estates, in the muck, the dredge, and the rough language of real life there. I would love you to come and see. I'd love estates ministry to be better resourced and more widely valued, because I believe there is no better place to reflect on what being a church that is simpler, humbler, bolder actually means. I'd love the Church of England to love in action, better, bigger, bolder on our estates. We need to catch up with God on this. We also need to look at what we're doing and how. We need to fund childcare. We need to offer actual support for those who don't have the economic means that we just assume is there. We need to understand and listen to what it means if you work a 0 hours contract, if you have chaotic lives that change all the time, to understand the cost of relying on public transport. It takes you 2 hours to get to a meeting, so you don't have a car. That matters. To be able to spend the time with people of lower literacy to unpack and involve them and show them the Word of God is in them. We need to do things differently. I have severe ADHD. Estates ministry is built for someone who's used to having to adapt and drop and roll with little resource. But one size does not fit all, but God's love does. It's about time the church started doing more of showing that. Please support this amendment and come and see what it's really like.
Matt Beer, Lichfield 143, thank you for calling me, and to the Bishop of Blackburn and the Estates Evangelism Task Group for your work. I know it's Lent, but here goes. Hallelujah! This motion before us fills me with deep joy. While the work of Synod is vitally important, we can often be distracted from the focus of our work to bring the love of Christ to everyone in our nation, including the poor and the marginalized. These amendments are beautiful, and I would urge you to support every single one of them. I work with a wide range of socio-economic groups within Telford, some wealthy, some just about making ends meet, if they're lucky. In the Diocese of Lichfield, where there are many urban estates as well as post-industrial communities, life can be really tough. The problem that we have is not just funding for these posts, but also the willingness of people to discern a call to these estates. Often there is stigma surrounding ministry and evangelism on these estates, which put people off applying for the posts in these areas. A friend of mine, Karina, lives on an estate which is within the top 20 most deprived parishes in the country. She's a single mother of 3 wonderful children. Life is really tough for her. Karina is one of those people that releases the joy to all the people around her. She can't help but talk about the love of Jesus to everyone she meets and is a natural leader. Should she discern a call to ordination, I would be worried that she may not be put forward due to her circumstances. I'm thankful that there is this commitment in this motion to raise up new generations of leaders from estates and working class backgrounds. The hard work is going to be allowing them to lead in the uniquely contextual way that enables mission and evangelism, that we are so desperate for. Some of them may not be able to read or write, are not educated to the point of GCSEs, may have criminal records when they were younger. Some of them may even be too old. So we need this new radical inclusion in our discernment processes, ordination training, IME2, pathways to incumbency, and locally licensed estates ministry. I wish to commend the Peter and Caleb streams to enable to help this. This motion is brilliant. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the House of Laity who would wish to speak? Sir, thank you. And anyone wishing to speak against the motion, the amendment?
Dave Ashton, Leeds 324. I was moved to speak because Fraser spoke. Fraser comes from an estate 4 miles from where I live, in Murfield. But I go back to a parish church that is now 99% Muslim, because I see that as my mission for the church to be still a light showing on the hill. Every Friday, I run an over 60s group. And it is one group that is missed out when we're talking about evangelism. We talk about speaking to young people. Now, half of those ladies are non-church. 3/4 of them are widows who live by themselves. During COVID, they had nobody or very few people to speak to them. a lot of their children have grown up and moved to more affluent areas. My wife and I, on Mother's Day, when it was COVID, took a rose, just a simple gesture. And those women wouldn't let us go. They were crying because someone from church had come to be with them in this hour of need. And it was an hour of need for old people living by themselves, many in estate bungalows, isolated from other people. So it's not just the young, it is the old who are not churched, who live among us, that we have to show that God is still with them and we are there to help them.
Thank you. I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 61 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 61. Those in favour for the motion of closure, please show or indicate. Thank you. And those against? That is carried. I now invite members to vote. No? Yeah, that's what I was about to do. Okay. I now invite members to vote on item 61. Those in favour, please show, or otherwise indicate. Thank you. And those against, indicate. Thank you. That is carried. I now invite Paul Waddell to move his amendment item 62, and he has up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Waddell, Southwark 418. And the second amendment I'm bringing is just asking some people to do formalised talking to each other in order to maximise our results. One example that I've mentioned is the 30K project, chaired by the Bishop of Leicester, is committed to raising up 30,000 new children's and young people's workers by 2030, an ambitious target. I would like them to work alongside the Estates Evangelism Task Force to prioritise their work so that many more new leaders come from estates and our poorest communities. Too often, it's people like me who are our youth workers. Now, we can be great in middle-class communities, and some of us are brilliant wherever you put us. It's true. But sometimes we turn up and sort of do evangelism at kids whose life experiences are quite different to our own. Now, I can talk to Monks Hill young people about football till the cows come home, at least until I tell them I'm a Sheffield Wednesday fan and they'll laugh at me. But we don't share many cultural reference points. For the most part, they don't want to talk about this week's Rest is History podcast. I mean, more's the pity. And they don't even watch Doctor Who. I know, it's insane. The short of it is that I think having a plan to raise up a generation of young people's leaders from estates communities is a vital step in making our church younger and more diverse. I think one of the things we might be asking our vocational guidance advisors and dioceses to do is look into a couple of points that were made earlier about actually the criteria where we accept people into training maybe needs to be different from our estates communities. There are brilliant people in my church who'd be amazing, but I'm not sure the church would take them yet. So I do hope you'll support this amendment as well as a really good tool for advancing our ministry. Chair, thank you. I move the second amendment in my name.
Thank you. Bishop Philip, please indicate your response to item 62.
Thank you. The Estates Evangelism Task Group has very little funding. It works through partnerships and building partnerships. So this amendment is entirely in line with the way we work, and I'm happy to accept it.
As the move of the main motion supports this amendment, It is now open for debate. Members may speak for up to 3 minutes on this amendment. Thank you. We'll just look to Zoom to see if anyone on Zoom wishes to speak. So the gentleman over there for your maiden speech, I understand. Thank you. And the lady in front of me, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. My name is James McCluskey, 084, Diocese of Chelmsford. Yes, my maiden speech. And if you will indulge some personal experience as I look back, as we have done over the last few days, and offer some practical response. I support the motion, and I certainly am in favour of the amendment. Many folk here, as I see, observe, probably grew up in the 1980s and busting some moves, I would argue, at some of the pop music that was going on in those days. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, or David Bowie's Let's Dance. So the reason I mention that is because I used to listen to that music on top of the pops. And when I did, often I was told to turn the music down. It was a bit of a racket. But a different kind of racket was being played on a Palm Sunday in 1980 when the local church was engaging in evangelism on that estate. My sister, aged 12, we came from a very disturbed, broken home. We were living in a council estate called Monk's Wick in Colchester, parish of Beer Church. We thought it would be quite funny and entertaining as these Christians with their jolly music to pull faces at them as they processed past with their palm fronds and palm crosses. Only they spotted us and they knocked on the door. We were somewhat angry angles, only to be kind of smitten by their friendly angelic faces. They gave us a balloon. Quite what a balloon had to do with Palm Sunday, I've never known. But they did actually lend us an invitation to go to church for Easter, which we didn't do. And as they left, we thought something of something different. Please try again. I don't know what's happening there. Let me press on. The thing that I noted from that, this was a parish back in the 1980s engaging in evangelism on one of the largest estates. And this particular motion comes on the 35th anniversary of my coming to faith in that church at St Margaret's Beer Church. Now, my parents, my in-laws, I should say, I first met my Katie back in the day, 1980s, and when I knocked on the door, Katie's mum was horrified. The first thing she did was call her friends and form a prayer triplet, praying for my salvation. It worked 7 years later because the church was engaged in mission and evangelism. They invited me to various events which I didn't attend, but on this occasion I did attend the event where I was encouraged to pray what's called the sinner's prayer. My heart was strangely moved, warmed. I came to faith. But I came from a working class poor background with a very disturbed history of family life. And that encounter and that experience has never left me. Fast forward 20 years of ordained ministry as priest, 21 as a deacon, I find it is essential to support this motion and this amendment, particularly with regards to the work that we're currently doing, working with those from similar backgrounds, similar experiences. Synod, please support this amendment and the motion. Thank you.
Jane Richards, 83, also from Chelmsford, and also my maiden speech. It's a privilege to be able to make my maiden speech with respect to a motion and an amendment that is so close to my heart. I'm thankful for the vision and commitment of those whose hard work has brought not just this motion, but the reports and the amendments to Synod today. I am a council house kid, or in the vernacular of my youth, a council house bairn. I grew up on Newtown Estates in both Scotland and England. When I was 10, I knelt at the mercy seat at the local Salvation Army, and I believed God called me to serve him. It took me some decades to answer that call, and I think I'm wearing the wrong uniform, but here I am. My words, therefore, are rooted in my lived experience, not just what has been reported to me through my subsequent ministry on estates. I'm pleased to note the use of the term economic marginalisation, which is objective and factual. The language of deprivation is demeaning and subjective. I do not feel deprived. I have, however, at times felt ignored, judged and patronised by those representing various agencies, including the church, who believe that they know what is best for my community. I have felt exhausted by the relentless grind of trying to scrape together the resources, both financial and human, in order to respond to the express need of that community. So while I wholeheartedly support this motion and all the amendments, can I just offer some thoughts that might be helpful to those of you who feel called to come and serve God on our estates? Thank you for your loving hearts. They are very much appreciated, but please don't make assumptions about us based on what you see or what you think you see. Our lifestyles are often rooted in necessity, not choice. Listen to us and hear what we are saying. Ask us what we know we need, rather than imposing what you think we need. Don't judge our intelligence by the level of our formal qualifications. Some of the most inspiring Bible studies I have attended have been led by people who know and love Scripture deeply, but have been nowhere near a theological college. Be prepared to relinquish the power that you may take for granted. We welcome your guidance and your skills, but allow us to be visible as leaders in this gospel work. Jesus is already present on our estates. He always has been. He always will be. Let's work together to bring his love to those who are yet to know him. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against this motion, this amendment? No. In that case, I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 62 has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 62. Those in favour of the motion of closure, please show and indicate. Thank you. And those against, please show or indicate. Thank you. That is carried. I now invite members to vote for the amendment tabled by Paul Waddell, item 62, and the vote will be by a show of hands. Those in favour of item 62, please show or indicate. Thank you. And those against, please show or indicate. That is carried. Thank you. The main estates evangelism motion as amended is now open for debate. Just to remind you that I'll call 2 people at a time, we'll listen to them, and then we'll call the next couple. I call on the Archbishop of York and the lady over here standing.
Stephen Cottrell, Archbishop of York, 002. It is a great honour to stand and support this hugely important motion. One of my predecessors, Vernon Harcourt, Archbishop of York from 1807 to 1847, known as the last aristocratic archbishop. As you can see, it's all gone a bit down market since then. Well, Well, I can't speak for... I can't. I went to a secondary modern in Southend. I don't know where he went, but... don't listen. I've only got a couple of minutes here. While he was Archbishop, he planted 111 churches in the Diocese of York. 111 churches. So please, those of you who may still be... There's nothing new about church planting. And the reason he planted those churches was because of the massive growth in population across the industrial north. He was also worried about the French Revolution, but that's another matter. The nonconformists were on the rise. Our motives are always a bit muddled. But earlier, there was a guy outside as I arrived back to the Synod. There's a guy outside shouting about secularisation and how terrible it was. I agree with him. That the pull of the secular culture is hard. I'm really, really concerned about the sexualisation of children in our culture. I'm really concerned about the ready availability of pornography to children. I'm really, really concerned about the rise of homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism in our society. These things deeply, deeply concern me. We've become a polarised society. Yet we've been given the medicine, the great medicine of the gospel of Jesus Christ, which speaks to every heart and every person. And God's way of making the good news of God's love in Jesus Christ available to counter the forces of the world is a Christian community. And therefore, I stand in great support of this motion because we need Christian communities. Just one statistic from this paper is what we should focus on. 2/3 of our population, including 2/3 of those who are under 19, live in parishes that have within their boundaries a significant social housing area. And we need to be planting and supporting and developing Christian communities on these estates. We need to do in our day what our predecessors did in theirs. Good things are happening, such as Empower in Blackburn, the Antioch network in Manchester. In the north, under the heading of Faith in the North, dioceses and TEIs are working together to see how we can support the planting and supporting of new churches, especially on estates. So I want us particularly to focus on part C of the motion, the aspiration to plant new churches, particularly maybe even 2,000 new churches. And also, I'm deeply concerned about how we fund ministry. I'm thinking here particularly of Middlesbrough and Hull, where I serve in the Diocese of York. We are really, really struggling to support ministry in these places. I'm hugely grateful for what the link funding does, but it's been a bit of a theme through this synod that we need to take a step back and examine this, and I'm thankful for Philip for raising it. Sorry to go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mandy Ford, 055, Deans. Synod, I speak as someone who spent my formative years working on some of the most economically challenged estates in Leicester. And I'm currently responsible for overseeing the Diocese of Bristol's work in priority communities. In Bristol, we are already doing or planning many of the initiatives encouraged by this motion and its amendments. With support from the SMMIB, we have appointed a Dean of Priority Communities to support clergy and parishes and are offering additional resources to those parishes. Decision-making about the allocation of funds is deliberately bottom-up and collaborative so that it is our priority community network who will identify how to match resources to local need, whether for youth and children's work or for raising up and training new leaders. But I want to issue a warning about short-termism in our commitment to this work. We have been here many times before, with work often driven by dedicated bishops like Bishop Lynn and Bishop Philip, and Bishops Stephen Lowe and Laurie Green before them, and repeated initiatives in training, including the long-defunct Asylum scheme. Like many clergy of my generation who have worked on estates, I worked for many years in a world of 3-year grants made through the European Single Regeneration Budget. Projects came and went, often without making a lasting impact. Lasting social change takes time to achieve and to become sustainable. Please let's ensure that as a church, we retain our commitment to the poorest in our nation for the long term, not just for a season.
Thank you. I'd like to call Claire MacArthur for her maiden speech. Is Claire in the... Thank you. And the lady on my left, thank you.
Claire MacArthur, Coventry 098. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. As Area Dean of Coventry East, I talk from experience of what it's like to lead estate and deprived area ministry. It's an exciting and varied place with very multicultural mix of people living in the deanery and worshipping in our churches. We have the fastest growing population of any deanery, most densely populated and most deprived in our diocese. However, this is served with the least number of clergy per head of population. We have limited parish share in order to pay for full stipendiary clergy. Due to the lack of clergy numbers, many operations fall to our lay leaders and volunteers. We're grateful for the links and SDF money, but we have a problem. We have a problem in recruiting clergy into my deanery. House for duty posts we can't fill, as the houses are not in the desirable locations. All our churches and our deanery have been in at least one interregnum in the last 10 years. We currently have one vacancy where we've been out to advert for 4 times. Within the next year, I will have 5 further posts to fill. If we are to remain with strategic direction and goal of achieving a loving and serving worshipping community on every significant housing estate, we need to invest and identify and train potential leaders. It's important work. Last summer, we fed 600 people. We walk alongside those who are most struggling to clothe their children to heat their homes. We welcome the refugee, the misplaced, those running from domestic violence, the lonely and the isolated. It breaks my heart for the ministry that I do. I've lost the count of the amount of times I've had a call or a message in the last year to say, Rev Claire, I have no food, I have no electric, I have 86p left until next week. But we have joy too. We have a new service in one of our churches that's made up of refugees and asylum seekers who are getting to know Jesus. We're running local alpha courses. We're baptizing people. We're walking alongside those grieving in our funeral ministry. We have lots come at our Christmas services. Community gardens are being started, and we have amazing, messy churches. God is in the midst of us, but we can't recruit. And one of the reasons we can't recruit is because of the safety of clergy living in these places. Our homes are broken into, cars are stolen, drug taking, prostitution in our gardens. Our children can't walk to the local shops after dark. We have verbal abuse when we stand up to people. I need Synod to acknowledge how tough inner city ministry is, and the needs are not getting any less, and more investment is required to support clergy in the parishes that we serve within. We need to identify and train clergy, and importantly, those who have a shared understanding or empathy of how difficult life in these areas are. I welcome this motion.
Thank you. I call Bishop Christopher, and then we'll turn to Zoom. We'll let them speak, and then the next group. Thank you.
Billy Joe O'Leary, 388 Rochester, and this is my maiden speech. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. When voted into the position that is a new position for me, my first quinquennium, I prayed, Lord, I will be your vessel and I will speak on behalf of those that have voted me here. Little did I know that it would literally take me back to my roots, the estate that I grew up in. I am not dumb, but I'm not highly educated. I am not lacking in anything. I have everything and more. Psalm 139 is the thing I stand on. It's Christ's mandate over my life before I was even in my mother's womb. He called me here, but he sent me another gang to get me here. He sent me the church and the many people who have stood alongside me so that I could have the courage in the nerves to speak and address you today. I welcome everything and more to this motion because, Synod, your church has already done it. We're here. We're not in the estates anymore. We are serving with you, alongside you. Low education, but I am a licensed lay minister and I am proud of being a licensed lay minister because it took many other very well-rounded theologians to help me study. Hundreds of people did 4 years with me and every essay and every tear was caught, read, reread, and new tissues handed to me as I trained for that license, for the bishop to say to me, I authorize you in the ministry Christ has called you to. Bishop James Langstaff is an incredible man and part of the reason why I'm able to stand here today. My mentor, who is now praying that I don't make a fool of myself, who was my alpha lead, who is my spiritual mother. My mama bear, who is my grandmother and grandmother to my children, who isn't biological, is praying now. We do what we are talking about already. You just got to write about it and find it and bring joy to it. We have a mission every summer, Spark in the Park. I had noodles with I met him when he was 15. He's now 16. I had noodles with him 2 weeks ago when he said to me across the table, when I met you at Spark in the Park, which is our community outreach in the summer, I wasn't too sure about this thing you said, the church. Then I came and I really wasn't sure about it, but I know I can tell you. Over noodles, I was able to say to him, I wasn't too sure about it either, but 15 years ago, I gave my life to Christ and the journey to now started. I welcome this and more. Help us bring more like us here to this space.
We'll have the two speakers, please, and then we'll thank you, Bishop Christopher.
Christopher Chesson, Southwark 039. Thank you for calling me, Chair. This year marks the centenary of the landmark Housing Act of 1924, the signature legislation of the first ever and very brief Labour government which took office that year. History might be repeated in the course of this year. It extended and improved the housing provision itself innovative, begun in 1919 under the Lloyd George Coalition. Over 500,000 homes were built under this statute, and it had a major impact in London. The expansion of London in those years, as I said in that speech 5 years ago when we had that great debate, led Bishop Cyril Garbett, one of my early predecessors, to launch a visionary campaign to build 25 churches as a means to address the changing demographics of London and Surrey and the needs of the vast numbers moving on to new estates. These churches were well resourced, and the challenge now is to reimagine and renew our commitment to estates evangelism. We've all benefited from hearing the wonderful stories today from my diocese, from Paul Waddell, the amazing story of growth and renewal at St. Francis Monk's Hill, as well as the blessings and hard realities for Jonathan Macy on his estate. Our diocese have so many estate parishes. Southwark is one of the top 2 dioceses for the largest number. And I pay tribute to the visionary leadership of Bishop Philip North and now Bishop Lynn Cullins. Estates ministry in Southwark was made explicit in our Strategic Development Fund bid in January 2023, and I followed it by appointing Canon Gary Jenkins to be our first full-time Dean of Estates Evangelism, working as part of our diocesan Department of Mission. Canon Jenkins has, in the past year, undertaken a wide range of visits to estate parishes, and these have been so greatly appreciated. He has facilitated the sharing of ideas, stories of good practice in the setting up of estates networks to each of our 3 episcopal areas. I commend the appointment of advisors to other dioceses. This new appointment has also facilitated the development of an Estates Lay Pioneers course, Magnify, which is designed to equip estates people to share the message of God's love on their home territory. The course was developed with significant input from one of our pioneer curates, of whom we have a good number on our estates, ensuring that ideas and mission are at the heart of all our thinking. 4 training hubs around the diocese will train potential estates lay pioneers, and there are 3 more such hubs in the pipeline. We have learned much in the area of estates ministry from ideas shared from the dioceses of York and Blackburn, which speak to the need for diocesan people to continue to pool wisdom and experience in order to further the mission of the Church in this very important area. Finally, my senior staff team was recently briefed by the evangelist at St Heliers Estate, Tracy Marlowe, on the report Let Justice Roll Down Like Waters that other members have commended to us today, on the experience of working class clergy, not least since our diocese has been looking at increasing vocations and the need to encourage more.
Sorry, Bishop Christopher.
So I commend this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
And then it's Vinnie Whitworth on Zoom. Thank you.
Vincent Whitworth, 175 Manchester. I want to speak in full support of this motion, and I want to share with you this afternoon Steve's story, and for the record, I've changed his name. During my time working in a church on a northern estate, I first came across Steve at a food pantry project that we were running in the church. Steve was ex-army, struggling to make ends meet with health issues and living in a 1-bedroom estate flat. As Steve came to the church to visit the pantry every week, we as a church started to build a relationship with Steve. We visited him at home and he started coming to church. Steve then decided to do the Alpha course, and then through Alpha, he became a Christian. A couple of years later, we asked Steve to share his testimony at an evangelistic event that we were hosting on the estate. And what Steve shared in his testimony has stayed with me sort of like for a long time. And he said this: becoming a Christian hasn't changed my personal circumstances. I still have significant health issues and I'm still skint. But what has changed my life is Jesus. Knowing Jesus is with me gives me the power to face my daily challenges. Jesus has changed everything for me. And if we truly want to see spiritual revival in this nation, then I believe we need to prioritize estate ministry and evangelism. Because when we see changed lives like Steve, we see changed estates and communities. When we see changed estates and communities, we see a transformed church. When we see changed estates and communities with Jesus at the center, our whole nation will sit up and notice as we see God's kingdom come. We do need to increase our financial investment in estate ministry to make this happen. For too long, we've tried to do estate ministry on the cheap. But as the title of this item suggests, we need to ensure that we invest in intentional estate evangelism, remembering that it is only Jesus who truly changes and transforms lives and communities. Thank you.
I call on Amatu and Roger Driver. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me. Amatu Christian Iwago, London 159. I had not written a speech today for this, but I'm moved by this motion, reminding me of my title place in northwest London near Wembley, a housing estate where I gained my reputation as the Reverend Blue Jeans. My introduction to the parish boundaries was at 9 p.m. by my TM, training incumbent, when the gangs that operated would meet up at those times, very strange time. And I do remember one of those nights in my collar, Roy said, look, you need to come and put on your collar. And going through the alleys and at night, we would meet, very few, 2 or 3 people around there. And we hear the voice, who are you? And Roy says, Amatu. These are the new people, your parishioners. And then we will walk past. Then the next stage, who are you? Daddy Roy, I've got my new colleague here. Would you recognize him when you see him? And that was how I got introduced to that place. And until one day we went to prison visits was normal for us. We got into the cell and the door slammed behind us. And the prisoner there said, welcome to the lion's den, but do not be afraid. We visited and left. But on another occasion, we were finishing up a supervision session in that week. And there had been a killing in the area. And no one, the killer was at large. And then one day someone came over, a young man, knocked at the door while we were just finishing up our supervision day. And then he said, I want to talk to Daddy Roy, the vicar. I trust you because I killed him. Would you now take me to the police station? We prayed with him and walked with him to the police station. Please, Synod, estate ministry is very important. Where the people are, there are no one to support them or to lead them. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Roger Driver, Bath and Wells, 59. Thank you, Chair, for calling me to speak. I'm in strong support of this crucial proposal, and many here will be pleased, but I must express my disappointment and frustration. It is disheartening to see that the significant progress made in the 1980s with Faith in the City report, which emphasised the Church's duty to serve the poor, needy and marginalised communities, has been sidelined over the years. What was once a top priority was overshadowed by other concerns. I'm frustrated because back then each diocese contributed to establishing the Church Urban Fund, dedicated to supporting church initiatives in underprivileged communities. Yet within a mere 2 decades, it appears that this vital undertaking has been all but forgotten. The hard-fought victories and advancements we achieved seem to have slipped away from our grasp. And here we are making the same arguments to try to gain its place as a priority again. DS 2345 outlines a clear mandate for every diocese to accelerate the pace of change and embrace a true culture of bias towards the poor through deliberate strategic choices and the allocation of resources. I must declare an interest that back in 1990, it was Bishop David Shepherd who ordained me. But we must all heed this call and stay true to our commitment to uplift those at the margins, engaging with, being part of, and listening to those on the margins will bring discomfort and challenge to what we do and how we do it. It will be uncomfortable as we strategically align our resources, but if we don't create that priority, bluntly put, don't then call them priority areas. In Bath and Wells, we call our priority parishes magnificent parishes. That forever means we are explaining what that means and why it was self-titled choice by those parishes. But for us, the hidden pockets of poverty and deprivation in rural areas and seaside towns are in our sights. The Magnificat reminds us he has lifted up the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things. I support this motion.
Does anyone wish to speak against this motion? I'm aware that there's still a lot of people wanting to speak. I warned you at the beginning that a lot of people had put in to speak. And so I am going to ask again for your patience and understanding as I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether this item has been sufficiently debated. I therefore put the motion for closure on item 19. Those in favour of the motion for closure on item 19, please show or indicate. Thank you. And those against? Thank you. That is carried. I now invite Bishop Philip to respond, and he has up to 5 minutes.
I'm still Philip North. I'd like to thank you for the energy of a powerful, humorous, moving debate with many wonderful stories. I'd also like to thank Esther, our chair. Esther, no one needs to give you the words. Let me tell you what I think I've heard, or something of what I think I've heard. We've heard about the impact of estates ministry, not just on estates, but on the whole church. Chantal, her learning from her estate context in Sunderland. Bishop Paul talking about the impact of estates on diocesan strategy, and the opportunity as Christians to reverse a growing cultural demonisation of working class life. We've heard some honest confrontation of the financial challenges, the use, perhaps abuse, of lowest income communities funding, symptomatic, I would say, of a deeper problem of where the church's resources are being used. And we look forward to the review currently being carried out by Carl Jenkins and what may come from that. Carl Hughes, sorry. We've heard... well, you know, both wonderful people. We've heard a sharp warning under this finance heading of short-termism. I was grateful to that from Mandy Ford. It takes 9 to 10 years at least to establish a vibrant estates church. We've heard a great deal about the leadership challenges, and this is really critically important, perhaps the heart of the work of the Estates Evangelism Task Group. The need for urban estates, working class leaders to be raised up. Thank you, particularly Billy Joe, for your powerful story on that. The need for clergy to come forward and serve on our estates. Thank you to Claire for confronting us with the rich joys and challenges of that. But also for Jane Richards, that moving speech about the need for the right kind of leadership. So we're not doing stuff to our estates, but with. And we've heard again and again, I think, wonderful stories of the transformative power of the gospel on our estates and in the lives of individuals. People of all ages served. Thank you, David Ashton, for your story. And wonderful stories, perhaps particularly from Amatu and from Vincent, about the impact of the gospel on our estates. Because what must motivate us all, above all else, is Jesus Christ, who is the world's only hope. So thank you so much for that. We're praying that the Estates Evangelism Task Group will be redundant by 2030. Why? Because we pray that by that time we'll have become a church that is so faithful to the words of Jesus in the Nazarene Manifesto in Luke chapter 4 that it is no longer needed. Roger, thank you for your words, but I don't think we need to look back to the 1980s anymore. As Christians, we look forward to God's kingdom. So imagine this. Imagine this in every single low-income neighborhood and estate. Imagine, on every one, a joyful, diverse community of Christians, fragile, but deeply committed to Jesus Christ and each other. Imagine people sharing lives with all its joys and challenges, reaching out to meet every sort of human need. Imagine those communities worshipping with heartfelt joy, forming its own leaders and sharing the gospel confidently. Imagine those fragile communities recalling the whole church to the heart of the Christian life. Why should that not be, Synod? Why should that not be? And that's why I'm privileged to move the motion standing under my name.
Lichfield 341. Chair, it would be good to send a clear signal to our dioceses, deaneries and parishes the importance that we place on this motion. So I wonder when we come to vote if you would order a count of the Synod.
So ordered.
Thank you.
This is a counted vote of the whole Synod on item 19. Those present at Church House using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote and register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute.
Does the chair wish to vote?
The chair didn't bring her thingy.
Oh, you haven't got your card, your voting card? No.
I shall pretend it's because I want to be neutral.
Of course.
Not because I was just
The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has ended.
Those in favour? 364. None against, and no recorded abstentions.
Can you remind them that it's customary to receive votes in silence, because otherwise we'll have trouble later?
Sorry, may I please remind Synod that it's customary to receive votes in silence, even when we all agree. The motion was carried. This concludes this item. I want to thank you for your patience as I was finding my feet. And I would like to thank Bishop Philip and his team for his work on this. We now move to item 20, clergy pensions. Thank you.
Synod, we're now considering item 20, a private member's motion put forward by the Reverend Dr. Ian Paul on clergy pensions. As well as notice paper 6, members will need papers GS 2330A and GS 2330B, together with the financial impact memo in notice paper 5. As the progress of this item is a little more complicated than usual, I'd like to set up the background before explaining how I'll be managing the debate. Dr. Paul submitted his private member's motion earlier in this quinquennium, and it was scheduled as contingency business at the November group of sessions last year. The motion was not debated in November, but because it had been scheduled, amendments to it were in order. And at that time, the first amendment on our order paper, listed as item 63, was submitted by the chair of the Archbishop's Council Finance Committee, Mr. Carl Hughes. I understand Dr. Paul has accepted Mr. Hughes's amendment and has confirmed that he will be supporting it in today's debate. And I anticipate he'll explain his thinking about that further in his introduction. If Dr. Paul supports the First Amendment, I will proceed as follows. In a moment, I will invite Dr. Paul to introduce the item and move his motion as it stands on the order paper in its original form. I'll then invite Carl Hughes to speak to and move his amendment, after which I will ask Dr. Paul formally to confirm his support for it. In that case, the 25-member rule will not apply. I'll then invite speeches for and against the First Amendment and move to a vote on that. After which, I will invite Mr. Ian Boothroyd to speak to and move his amendment at item 64, which I understand Dr. Paul will not be supporting, in which case it will be debated if 25 members indicate that they wish to do so. And after that, we'll proceed with the debate on the main motion, either as it stands on the order paper or as amended, if Synod decides to adopt either of the amendments. The purpose of this procedure is to avoid taking too much of Synod's time debating the original text, if it is the will of the Synod to replace it with amended wording. However, I am in Synod's hands as to which form of words members prefer. I will be calling speakers in pairs, and with the second speaker in each pair, please be ready at the microphone so as to start as soon as the first speaker has finished. This will save time and allow for more contributions. You will be conscious that we are running rather behind. I now call the Reverend Dr. Ian Paul to introduce and move the motion at item 20 on the order paper. He has up to 10 minutes.
Members of Synod, in our deliberation on long-standing issues, it seems to me we suffer from two tendencies. The first is to be trapped by things that have happened in the past. The second is to forget things that have happened and the commitments that we've made. On the question of clergy pensions, I believe we're subject to both of these tendencies. 20 years ago, there was real anxiety about the state of our national financial assets. We were still living with the memory of the poor decisions the commissioners made in the 1980s and the significant loss of significant assets then. And there was a sense of being haunted by this when we were faced with the consequences of the financial crash in 2008. The decisions made around that time could therefore be said to have some justification. In view of what looked like uncontrolled pressures on diocesan finances because of apparently uncapped pension demands, we took what felt like necessary steps to manage this. The situation was then complicated by the introduction of SERPs, the State Earnings Related Pension, its later removal, and then quite quickly further changes to the state pension arrangements. All of the details of this are in the supporting papers. I confess, despite having 2 degrees in maths as well as theology, I'm not a pensions expert, and I will not attempt to guide you through the complexities of it. I was quite intrigued, by the way, to have not only a comment paper and a supporting technical paper, but a further supporting technical paper, and I don't know how many more would have come if this had been postponed till July. I don't know if it sets a record. But the net result of all this was that the clergy pension was reduced as a proportion of NMS, the National Minimum Stipend, and the qualifying years of service were being extended. And between those two things, if you get your calculator out, you can see that the clergy pension was cut by 1/3 in real terms. That is the bottom line. At the same time, the national minimum stipend has drifted down in real terms. We had papers a couple of years ago at the Synod which showed that the national minimum stipend had dropped by 10% over the 10 years up to 2019 against RPI. At the same time, as we heard at the beginning of this Synod, the Church Commissioners' assets have grown significantly, now standing at £10 billion. And despite the financial pressures, the real financial pressures in dioceses, we were informed a couple of years ago that diocesan assets total around £800 million. The situation now we are in as a church is that our financial assets overall as a church are enduring rude health, while our ministerial assets, serving and retired clergy, are feeling discouraged, demoralized, and devalued. Synod, this cannot be right. Previous questions to this Synod over the last couple of years have also established that the annual cost of restoring the value of the clergy pension back to its pre-2011 levels would be in the region of £25 million a year. In 2020, the Church Commissioners' assets grew by 900 million in 1 year. So the cost of restoring the clergy pension works out at 2.9% of 1 year's growth. If the Commissioners took on the annual contribution for the next 20 years, the total cost would be no more than 5% of their entire asset base. So although the numbers look quite large, actually, in the bigger picture, this is not a big ask, but it would make a big difference. It might be objected that we should consider all the priorities and demands on the church at the moment and ask whether this is a priority. Well, yes, that's a good question to ask. But we know from research that the single most significant factor in reversing the decline we're seeing and see our congregations grow again is the funding of well-motivated stipendiary ministry that is intentional about growth. What greater priority can we have as a church than caring for such people? It might also be objected that this is not the time to be putting further financial pressure on dioceses. Well, fine, but I'm not proposing that. In fact, in my original motion, I'm not proposing anything. All I'm saying is we have some assets somewhere, and we have a need. And I'm asking that those who know how to do such things can bring the assets and the needs together and resolve this problem. Perhaps we can find a magic money tree somewhere which will fund this. I didn't actually find that phrase, magic money tree, in any of the papers, particularly John Ball's technical paper, although the phrase collective defined contribution scheme, which would allow greater pension payments without increased contributions, kind of felt like it might be an anagram of magic money tree, but I don't know. But Synod, isn't it remarkable how quickly we can find the money for the things that we think are important? Do we think the question of clergy pensions is important? I do. And here's the real challenge. When we made that change in 2008, as a synod, we actually committed ourselves to restore the pension as soon as it was feasible, which we seem to have forgotten. That motion says this: we ask the Archbishop's Council, in the event that the pensions climate improves sufficiently, to bring forward recommendations to Synod after consultation with the Pensions Board and the Church Commissioners, with a view to restoring the pension levels. My friends, that moment is well past. We can do this. We should do this. Synod, we must do this, and we must restore once more what we as a synod took away from our clergy. I move my motion.
Thank you. I now call Mr. Carl Hughes to speak to and move his amendment. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Carl Hughes, a.k.a. Jenkins. Bishop Philip, I'm flattered. 467 Archbishop's Council. May I begin by saying I was rather dubious, if not anxious, about proposing an amendment that strikes out almost all of Dr. Paul's words, though I have reinserted a good many of them. However, I believe the amendment that before you is the clearest way to present members with an alternative option, which, as you're aware, I've discussed with Ian, and I am very grateful to him for our constructive discussion. At the core of Ian's original motion is a desire that the clergy pension should be adequate and equitable for cohorts of retirees over time. I agree. And I would also like to extend this desire also to clergy stipends. It could be said that this merely reaffirms one of the key conclusions of the Clergy Remuneration Review, which this Synod discussed as recently as February 2022. When the Archbishop's Council considered this review, it agreed the policy that I have set out in Part B of my amendment. However, as we all know, inflation levels over the past 18 months or so have been at their highest level since the early 1990s. This, combined with the challenges of the pandemic years, has led to stipends falling below the level that they would have been had they increased in line with inflation. The graphs on page 10 of the Central Stipends Authority report GS-MISC 1364 show a stark picture, with the national minimum stipend being almost £4,000 less than if it had tracked CPIH since 2010. But as ever with such illustrations, it depends on where one starts. Taking 1998, when the funded pension scheme was established as a starting point, that leads to a gap of just over £1,000 or 4%. The gap in the national stipend benchmark is smaller at 3%. But even after the 7% increase from April this year, there is still a gap. So I hope that all parts of the Church can work together to see what can be done to improve stipends. If we can begin to do that, and realistically, it might well need to be achieved over a period of time, it will be a very tangible sign of how we value our clergy. My amendment requests the Council, Pensions Board and Commissioners to work together with dioceses to explore ways in which pensions and stipends might be improved in a sustainable manner. I would prefer that we explore rather than find a way, as the latter feels like a commitment that we may find we're unable to keep, and to ensure that any changes we might seek to make are properly costed and are, as far as we can tell, sustainable. In this, I hope we can learn the right lessons from the past, hence the reference to when the funded pension scheme was established. One further commitment that I would like to make is that we will return to Synod in due course, and I hope due course is sooner rather than later, with an open and transparent analysis of the financial impact of changes in clergy pension benefits since the commencement of the funded scheme in 1998. So that everything is clear and visible. So with that, Synod, I would like to move this amendment, standing in my name, and encourage you to support it. Thank you.
I invite Dr. Paul to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Shall I call you Carl or Mr. Hughes? Where is he? Mr. Hughes, I didn't accept his first proposal because it didn't mention 2011. I think one of the things I value about this, and this is why I've been minded to accept it, is that he rightly includes the NMS, which of course is the base point from which the pension is calculated. But the reason why I wasn't prepared to accept his first suggestion is because for me, there was a clear change from the 2008 to 2011 time when the pension was cut as a proportion of NMS and when the service period was extended. And friends, we did make a commitment explicitly that we would restore this when the time was right. So I'm happy to accept this amendment, and I know that Carl knows that for me, the restoration back to that level is really key and is a thing that I'm prepared to, what the appropriate phrase is, I don't know, stick to. So I accept that, providing we have that measure, that point of time very clearly in view.
Thank you. As Dr. Paul supports the amendment, debate will now proceed on it, that is item 63. I'd now like to hear a few speeches on it. To be clear, if you prefer the Synod to consider the wording in Dr. Paul's original motion rather than the amended wording he now supports, you'll wish to oppose the amendment. And of course, if you prefer the wording in item 63, which would substantially replace the wording in the original motion, it's the other way around. When speaking on this item, please make sure you address the question why you think this specific amendment should or should not be adopted. The amendment at item 63 is now open for debate. I call the chair of the Pensions Board, Mr. Clive Mather, followed by Robin Lunn.
Clive Mather, 460 Ex Officio Pensions Board. Thank you, Chair. I speak as Chair of the Pensions Board, which has worked closely with Ian, Paul and others on this matter. So let me be clear at the outset. The Pension Board does not set the benefits. That's for you, Synod, as advised by Archbishop's Council. It is right that it is Synod's decision because it is, at heart, a policy question which allows you to weigh up considerations of remuneration, ministry and funding. Secondly, we've provided 2 technical papers, and these papers conclude that the mechanics of changing future service are relatively straightforward. And we've also provided some indicative contribution rates for different types of change. Thirdly, if the motion passes, the board will work with Archbishop's Council to develop workable proposals and spell out all of the implications of this. There may indeed be other sensible changes which we could make at the same time. This will also include Ian Boothroyd's concern, which we will consider later, for which I thank him. I support his amendment. Indeed, as I think Ian knows, the board and the commissioners are already working on this issue, which he highlights. Okay. So that's me speaking formally as the chair of the Pensions Board. But I would also like to take that hat off, if you will allow me, and address in a few words as an ordinary layperson, but with someone with decades of experience in pensions. I will be voting for the Carl Hughes amendment and hope then to vote for the motion, because this is an important issue. Retirement living standards really matter and have slipped. If the national minimum stipend is not keeping pace, then the value of starting pensions fall. We must not lose sight of this and focus exclusively on the accrual rates. Yes, there is an issue with funding. And please, let's not just load this on the commissioners, who frankly have many ongoing responsibilities. Potentially, there are ways to improve the benefits which are less expensive than trying to unwind the 2011 changes. And our second technical note describes these. And as Ian has already mentioned in anecdotal form, there could be an even bigger prize in a few years' time if the planned hybrid schemes, that is the collective defined contribution, come into law. This would be a game changer for all of us in the church, whether DB, defined benefit, or DC, defined contribution. It would enable us all to benefit from scale and from investment returns, and, bluntly, to improve outcomes for members in one church pension. But more on that another day. For now, I support this motion.
Robin Lunn, Worcester, 432. Thank you for calling me, Chair. I better declare an interest. I work in my day job as an independent financial planner, concentrating on pensions, so I can't even get away from pensions when I'm here. But I'm speaking in favour of the amendment. I would have had problems supporting the original motion because I was reminded one of the best documentaries going back over 30 years that the BBC ever did was a documentary about Mr. Gorbachev and his presidency of the old Soviet Union. And the very last phrase in the last episode was, in looking to reform the Communist Party and the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev ended up destroying it. And my concern was, if started to pick at the existing defined benefit pension scheme, we might end up with something which was a lot less impressive and guaranteed than we have now, and I was really very concerned about that. Going back to 2011, which the mover of the motion spoke about, I remember speaking in that debate, and I was very, very concerned that the defined benefit pension scheme stayed. Defined benefit pension schemes are extremely costly. If we look around employment in companies and organisations in Britain at the moment, there are very few active defined benefit schemes left, apart from what I call the Magnificent Seven for active ongoing membership, and they tend to be the civil service, local government, teachers, fire brigade, etc. By extending the years and by tweaking the actual benefit accrual, it was a way of keeping the defined benefit scheme, which I thought was a very, very important principle. But I wanted to highlight as well today, which has just been touched upon by the mover of the motion, that there are other ways of doing this. Keep the defined benefit pension scheme as is. I think that's absolutely vital. Don't tinker or don't reduce its impact, but possibly look to put beside it, something I will be submitting to the discussions, of putting a defined contribution money purchase arrangement alongside. My definition of pensions heaven is often the defined benefit scheme as the guarantee, the base of a pension, but having the other type of pension, which is an awful lot more flexible alongside it, is extremely useful. It's also very helpful for the church commissioners and the church generally, because if you're doing that, you're in effect capping any contributions going in, you're capping the liability in the future. With a defined benefit scheme, that's one of the problems. You're struggling to predict what the future is going to be, and even the best actuarial calculations in the world can't predict that with certainty. So I think that's something we should be considered, but not in spite of, on top of what we have or what we have already. I think that's a very extremely important point. I also think it's useful to mention that the mover of the motion spoke about in 2020 assets rising of the church commissioners by 900 million. As I always say to my clients, assets can go down as well as up, and it is very difficult looking at 1 or 2 years in isolation. So I think keeping what we have, but reviewing additional ways of helping people by way of a money purchase is probably the most appropriate solution. So I would support the amended motion. I would struggle to support the motion unamended. Thank you.
Yes, please. In the multicolored scarf. Yeah, yes, please. Yeah, thank you. Followed by the First Church Estates Commissioner.
Brenda Wallace, Chelmsford, 85. I'm probably one of the very few members of this synod who is actually living on a church clergy pension, because my licence was exceptionally extended when I retired from full-time parish ministry. Unlike licensed retired clergy, PTO clergy are largely disenfranchised, so I'm speaking for them as well as for myself. I live on my state and church pension, having been a working wife and mother for almost all of my adult life, half of that as a stipendiary priest. But in retirement, I have no other sources of income. I live adequately, just. I can, at the moment, afford to maintain and heat my home and eat and care for myself. But I'm only able to do so because I was fortunate enough to inherit a small and somewhat dilapidated bungalow, which my retirement lump sum and some sacrificial savings from when my children were younger enabled me to render habitable and comfortable. So I'm not needing to pay rent, nor depend on the rapidly disappearing and increasingly expensive charm scheme, which is itself under question. I'm also aware that retirement brings additional costs to clergy after a lifetime in clergy-tied housing. No longer is our council tax paid. That's £150 a month for me. No longer do we receive help from our parishes towards phone and internet standing charges or towards running our car. All those costs are increasing substantially and constantly. And if you live alone, as I do, there's only one pension and not two coming into the household, and there's no one to share that financial load. And yet, without the significant and largely unpaid contribution of retired clergy, many rural parishes or those in extensive vacancy would not be able to sustain sacramental worship or pastoral offices. I support this motion and the amendment, both to speak on behalf of disenfranchised retired clergy and to ask Synod to show their appreciation of their continued contribution to the life of the Church, as well as enabling them to live with dignity by being adequately housed, fed and clothed and kept warm and healthy. I already supported Dr. Paul's original motion, but I more enthusiastically support this amendment and the amended motion if it's carried, because that strengthens it enormously and enables all clergy to live well. Thank you.
Alan Smith, L457, ex officio, the Church Commissioners. Actually, I want to thank Brenda for that intervention. It really touched me because in my local parish church, the person who gives me most inspiration as a parishioner is a 90-year-old retired vicar who, well into receiving his pension, comes there with the aid of a stick, but still very strong, having ministered a very, very long time after having retired. He always comes to check to me and said, Alan, I hope you're okay because it's you guys, the pension board and the church commissioners that are looking after. It concentrates our mind of what we're doing. And I'd also, in particular, like to thank Ian for bringing this proposal forward and for Carl for the amendment, which I support. My friend Ian and I normally talk about three things: cricket, the Book of Revelations, and pensions. Of the three of those, cricket and Revelations are easy. In particular, as I'm aided by Ian's very good devotions on Revelations. Pensions are complex, and they're one of the most important things that we do. How we support our clergy, those who served yesterday, those who serve today, and those who will serve tomorrow, in particular, but not only through pensions, has and must always be our top priority. Carl's amendment speaks to how we as the church commissioners, the pension board, and the Archbishop's Council must together explore ways and actions that are sustainable for us to find the right solution. And we as the church commissioners in supporting Charles' amendment have to do that with a spirit of humility. You see, we all talk about our performance, and Ian talked about how our numbers have went up. And actually, if you look at it, market convention allows us to go back 10 years or even 30 years, which is very convenient for us because it carries us back to about 2023, to 1992. It does not take us back to what happened in 1992, which someone reminded me by sending me a book called One Millbank, which said that the church commissioners in 1 year nearly achieved what Oliver Cromwell tried and failed to do, which was to destroy the Church of England. And Ian alluded to part of it just now about the poor performance of our assets back then, property assets. But actually, that was not what really nearly pulled us over the edge. What happened was that improperly thought through commitments, including how we had shaped stipend and pensions packages, actually going back to as early as the late 1940s and early 1950s, came through to bite us at the end, of the 1980s, early 1990s. What we nearly became then was a pension fund which had a bit of church appended to it. We cannot let that happen again. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. We want and need a flourishing clergy supported by sustainable and sustaining benefits packages, of which pensions is a key part and one part. Carl's amendment and the spirit of what Ian is trying to achieve will help us to explore how we achieve that sustainably. So I urge you to support Carl's amendment in support of Ian's desires. Thank you very much.
Could I ask at this point whether there's anyone who wishes to speak specifically against the amendment? Against the amendment. Okay, please stand again. We'll have Julie Ziegel, followed by the chair of the Remuneration and Conditions of Service Committee, Bishop Richard Jackson.
Julie Ziegel, Oxford 377, Chair. I'm a member of the Archbishop's Council Finance Committee, but I am speaking here as the Vice Chair of Oxford Diocesan Board of Finance, a deanery treasurer and a former parish treasurer. When I became a parish treasurer in 2006, one of the first things I did was attend a presentation about the proposed reduction in clergy pension benefits. I have genuine sympathy for the clergy affected by those reductions and subsequent ones. I'd love them to be reversed, which is why I wholeheartedly welcome this amendment. I've learned a lot about church finance since 2006, and I have become acutely aware that in the church money merry-go-round, the dioceses are the squeezed middle. And they are the squeezed middle despite receiving a lot of grants from the church commissioners. The balance is always made up by parish share. If a parish gets into financial difficulty, or even sometimes, sadly, if they don't, they stop paying parish share. Even so, dioceses still have to pay the clergy. In requesting parish share, dioceses can only ask for what they need, so there is often very little buffer. Dioceses pay the clergy pension contributions. There have been recent reductions in the level of pension contributions, and that's very welcome. But I have been flabbergasted by the speed with which those savings have been used for other expenditure, most frequently paying clergy and staff relatively modest raises while keeping the parish share affordable. The words in this amendment, "in a sustainable manner," are so important. Dioceses do not have the ability to fund this, and they don't despite the Church Commissioner's funds. But if they ask for parishes for increase in parish share, they would have to be over the level of inflation, and I would anticipate an outcry from parish treasurers. Well, more outcry. It's always there. I hear it a lot. There is no doubt that many would not be able to pay. This request cannot be achieved within the financial structures as they are at the moment, at least not without the loss of a considerable number of clergy posts, which would cause much great harm to the work of our Lord Jesus Christ. So please pass this amendment so alternatives can be looked at to achieve as much as possible in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Richard Jackson, 21, Bishop of Hereford and Chair of the Remunerations and Conditions Subcommittee of the Archbishop's Council. I am broadly in support of Carl's amendment, although I have slightly mixed feelings about it, because if accepted, I presume it would mean that Ian and I would no longer have conversations about his normal requests about restoring pensions in question time, but maybe that will still continue. So I think, of course, we have made undertakings to clergy, and if at all possible, we should continue to agree to those. But I think Carl's amendment is much more realistic. Last Thursday, I celebrated the 98th birthday of my father in France. He took early retirement at the age of 58 in 1984. He is the least popular person in the Johnson & Johnson pension scheme. But it illustrates one of the reasons why, and we welcome growing health in our population, one of the reasons why, of course, defined benefit schemes have largely become things of the past. I think to seek to go back to that 2011 settlement is unrealistic, but I think Carl's amendment points us in a much more realistic direction. And I think it is important that we continue with our undertakings that we have made to preserve the value of the national stipend minimum in line with inflation, as we did in the clergy review, which I spoke about at Synod back in 2022. But picking up what Julie Ziegel said just now, and again, this is a strength of Carl's amendment, it does bring in the diocese specifically as partners in this conversation. One of the things that has happened, as we know, since 1997 is that pension liabilities have shifted now almost entirely to a funded scheme, and a scheme funded by diocesan boards of finance. We are in a very, very different world. And there are multiple partners in our conversations about the provision of pensions. And I think given where many diocesan boards of finances are now, and I know this because when, as RACS, we recommended to the Archbishop's Council to use the windfall from reduction in pension contributions to increase stipends by an extra 2% to 7%. As Julie Ziegel already said, much of that money was, in some dioceses, absorbed in deficit reduction and didn't go in the way that we hoped it would. We are in a situation where there needs to be, it seems to me, a new conversation between the various arms of the church, the various charities that comprise our church, as to where the money for this pension increase and stipend increase is going to come from. And I think it's unlikely, most unlikely, that it will come from dioceses and from parish contributions. And that leaves an open question where the magic money tree is to be found. And I think Ian has already indicated in his initial remarks perhaps where that might be. Thank you.
I'd like to test the mind of Synod as to whether the amendment at item 63 has been sufficiently debated. All in favour of the motion for closure, please show, or green ticks on Zoom. Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. That is carried. So I now put the amendment at item 63 to the vote. This will be by a show of hands. Please indicate if you are in favour of the amendment. Green ticks on Zoom. Those opposed? Thank you. That is carried. We now proceed to the amendment at item 64. So I invite Mr. Ian Boothroyd to speak to and move his amendment. He has up to 5 minutes.
Ian Boothroyd, 422, South Welland, Nottingham. My thanks to Clive Mather for his support for my amendment, but I do need to try and explain to you on the floor of the Synod why this is important if it's going to be opposed in a few minutes, or resisted in a few minutes. It highlights a specific problem with the clergy pension at the moment, which in my view is more specific and more urgent than the study that will follow from the amended motion as it now stands. And it's that the pension scheme has been unable to react to the damage done by recent high inflation to the pensions of clergy reaching retirement. The board's technical note, 2330T, talks about this under the heading Interaction with the National Minimum Stipend on page 4. And there's a table in paragraph 44, which shows that clergy who retire in 2024 will have a worse deal than predecessors in the previous 3 decades. And I think this is why. And you've already been told this is tricky, so I hope you can stay with me. The value of the pension at the point of retirement is a small share of the national minimum stipend for each year of service, all added together, and the current maximum is half the NMS. But it isn't the current NMS, it's last year's. And the year is April to March. So until the end of next month, it's the NMS for April 2022, the year before last. And the stipend increase each April is agreed looking at inflation a year before that. So that's inflation up to April 2021 or thereabouts. And now when inflation's only 1 or 2% a year, this lag doesn't make a lot of difference. But total inflation since 2021 is by now over 20%, I estimate. In comparison, the NMS for April 2022, if you're still with me, increased by only 1%, and there was no increase the year before. So 1% compared to out there with real prices, about 20%. In April this year, last year's 5% increase in NMS will be added for clergy retiring in the next year, but that's still a long way short of 20%. So whilst we speak, clergy are retiring with about a sixth less church pension than they might have had if the calculation had kept up with recent inflation. And ironically, over the same period, the costs of funding the pension have fallen substantially, as we know. And I speak here as a friend of the Pensions Board. I was a trustee until 5 years ago, and I know they're concerned about this problem, but they're constrained, not least by the scheme rules. When the fund does well, the board may give a bonus. They did that last year, over 10%. That goes to every beneficiary. Now, a high tide will lift every boat, but those that were launched too low in the water will still be the ones most at risk of sinking. And anyone who's not yet retired doesn't get that bonus. There's an injustice here, I believe, for clergy retiring over the last 2 years, and clergy who are still to retire will be hit until at least a year after the NMS catches up with inflation. What can be done? Well, I have some suggestions. If you don't like those, I can probably find others. One of them is to use the current stipend, not one which is up to 2 years old. Another might be to change the rules so that pensions which are, say, less than 2 years old also get the increase in NMS for those years if it's generous. But future changes won't help clergy who have just retired or are about to. Their pensions will always be less than people who retired before prices shot up. Their boats will still be lower in the water. They need special treatment. The Pensions Board has some discretionary powers. Can they be used to make good what's been lost? If you support this amendment, the Board, the Archbishop's Council and the Commissioners can look for the best solutions. Imagine, if you would, if the clergy disadvantaged by this were to stage a demonstration. I'm sure it would be very polite, and it might go like this. What do we want? A pension when I retire, which has kept up with inflation, please, if you don't mind. When do we want it? If it's not too much trouble, sooner than the year after next, please. But if you support the amendment, they can put away their megaphones and stop painting their placards for now. Synod, I move the amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. I invite Dr. Paul to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian. Thank you for making pensions entertaining. I noticed you pointedly used the word, I'm resisting the amendment. Well, like Kevin Kline and A Fish Called Wanda, I wanted to know, between accepting and resisting, what was the middle term? I don't know what it was. Sorry, those of you who sniggered watched A Fish Called Wanda a long time ago. I'm open to this, but I'm also particularly interested in the mind of Synod. If Synod feels it's important, I'd like to hear some debate. So that's really my reason for not immediately accepting it.
As Dr. Paul does not positively support the amendment, it will lapse unless I see 25 members standing or otherwise indicating or showing a green tick on Zoom. Yes. I see 25 members indicating. So the debate resumes. This is a debate on item 64. Yes, please. Yes, please. Once again, please do indicate in your speech why you specifically support or oppose this particular amendment.
Thank you. Martin Thorpe, Liverpool 155. Thank you, Chair, for calling me. I'm minded to speak in support of this amendment, having attended the Union Fringe here last night, Church of England Employees and Clergy Association, where I spoke to a retired member who draws their Church of England pension, who also had to apply for benefits and is hard-pressed, affected by the changes to universal credit. Indeed, the changes to universal credit will mean that his level of income will fall below the barely adequate floor of our social security system. Synod, that cannot be right, but it is happening now. Clergy pay and pensions is rightly about sacrifice and covenant. I'll tell you my personal story, and it's not an extraordinary one. In the words of Jürgen Klopp, I'm not the special one, I'm the normal one, though my wife might disagree. I was called to ordain ministry in my early 20s from my dream job of being a research and development chemist, which then, 30 years ago, was paying me £16,000 a year, with excellent prospects. I very reluctantly answered God's call, knowing full well that after 3 years of training back in theological college, I would be earning as a curate £8,000, precisely 50% of my original salary. That's a baked-in 50% salary cut for the rest of my working life. But I was told at that point that the church would look after me. There was a generous pension scheme. I would work the 37 years that would get me to full pension when I was 65, 2/3 of stipend. The church, I was also advised by the diocese to sell my house in order to be able to help fund my training, as others commonly were in the 1980s. The worst piece of financial advice I ever had. I retire later this year, and 30 years of service gets me a pension of £9,000 per annum. In contrast, my wife, who's worked half the number of years in the teacher's pension scheme, will get a pension of double what I will receive. That is where the reality is. Is that right, Synod? Can we not use some of the £10 billion of assets that we have accrued over the last 10 years since the reduction since 2011 to restore the pension levels to our clergy who are retiring and in retirement? Because there is real financial need, real financial difficulty. And Synod, our clergy, active and retired, surely deserve better. I support the amendment and the main motion.
Graham Kirk-Spriggs, Norwich 181. The worker deserves to be paid. Some of us are very reluctant to talk about money, and I am not one of those people. The terms and conditions that we are suffering as clergy are a scandal, an absolute scandal. A clergy person now earns less in their stipend than a first-year teacher. A clergy people that I know in my diocese are having to pay £500 a month on their energy bills and are only putting their heating on when they absolutely have to, and then are responded to by saying, well, you're not budgeting enough. You need to go on a Christians Against Poverty budgeting course. Really? The worker deserves to be paid, and we are a church of social justice. And this is a matter of justice for those who are coming up to retirement and those who have already retired. It is a scandal that 1 in 5 clergy people have had to rely on charity, have had to rely on the Clergy Support Trust. We should be paying clergy enough so they don't have to rely on charity to make ends meet. At a recent training event, a friend of mine who's a similar age to me was told, oh, and don't sell your house. Make sure you keep your house for retirement. What house? What house? It might be okay for those of you who bought a house in 1973 for a packet of crisps and 14 pence. But for the rest of us, I am furious. The rest of us are left behind. The fact that working age clergy are having to apply for benefits from the state. This is the kind of thing that Amazon does, relying on state handouts to maximize their profits. And I ask us as a body, are we really a profit-making body? Are we going to act like Amazon, like corporations that say we don't have enough money to pay our staff properly, to give them a proper pension? We're told we can't do things in the Church of England because it's too worldly. Well, my friends, this is the most worldly thing that we do. The way we treat the people who work for us, the way that we engage with social justice, it starts with who we are employed by. It starts with us. So please, support this, because quite frankly, this is a scandal. It is ridiculous. And personally, I want to carry on in the next 30 years of my ministry, not fretting about whether I will have somewhere to live or a good enough pension to live on. And do you know what, Synod? I have considered leaving the Church of England because of the level of stipend that we receive, because it is not enough. Month after month, I am going into my overdraft, and I do not know how long I can do that for. My lifestyle isn't an extravagant one. I've never wanted to be a millionaire, but please vote in favour of this, because it is simply not good enough. Thank you.
We're continuing to debate the amendment at item 64. Before I test the mind of Synod as to the closure, is there anyone who would like to speak specifically against the amendment at item 64? In that case, I'd like to test the mind of Synod as to whether item 64 has been sufficiently debated. If this is a vote for the closure, those in favour of the closure on this item, please show. Thank you. Those opposed? That is carried. We proceed to vote on item 64, the amendment. If you are voting in favour, please show, and green ticks on Zoom. Those against? That is carried. You will be conscious then that the substantive motion to which we now return is item 20, but the wording is the wording in items 63 and 64, more or less. The debate on the item is now open. I'm reducing the speech limit now to 3 minutes. Yes, Barry Hill, followed by, yes, and please.
Thank you, Chair. Hill, Leicester, 142.
No, I was pointing to you. But
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I was pointing to you. Thank you.
Do apologise. I'm still thankful, though, and I'm still Hill, Leicester, 142. And I'm hopeful this means I'm declaring an interest, but I guess we'll see. Very keen to support this motion as amended twice, and particularly want to build on the points of the Chairman of the Pension Board, the Chair of RASC, and Julie Ziegel from earlier, in the work that we're asking the Archbishop's Council, the Pension Board, the Church Commissioners to do together. And 3 facts to inform that way forward, all of which we know, but by way of reminder. In the coming weeks, the accountancy firm BDO, that has been contracted to do analysis of Darson finances, will report. And although we don't know what their findings are, I think, are fairly confident to know that they will show very significant financial deficits in many dioceses, probably in total running well into 8 figures, with all of the impact that will have on mission and ministry in the very debates like estates evangelism we had earlier. Secondly, as we heard in York last summer from the Finance Committee, significant real-term reduction in giving from parishes over the years, given our average age only likely to increase in the years to come as parishes struggle to cover the cost of their ministry. Thirdly, in the last year alone, and for that matter, in almost every year that almost all of us have been members of General Synod, The asset base of the Church Commissioners has increased by more than the entire stipend bill of the Church of England, and we give thanks to God for the Church Commissioners and their wisdom in investments. More diocesan deficits, less parish income, larger historic assets, at the same time as that which we've heard to do with clergy pensions and stipends. So in an act of spiritual discernment, what is it we might do? Well, it's not my suggestion, but I think the most elegant solution that I've heard, and I'd invite this group to seriously consider it, would be to invite the Church Commissioners through legislation to take on post-1997 clergy pension contributions. Although technical, it would make a vast difference to mission and ministry in many parishes and most dioceses across the country. It has many advantages, but just 3. It would mean that we could discern decisions like the one before us today on the basis of what is fair and right, not on the basis of what dioceses can or can't afford without forcing clergy into the Clergy Support Trust's arms, as we heard earlier. It would save the average diocese £1 million, or about 15 clergy posts a year, and yet it would cost less than a third of 1% of the Church Commissioners' asset base. That's less than a tenth of the money they already give to dioceses. And unlike the bad old days of the Darlow funding formula for aficionados here, it wouldn't be a no-strings-attached subsidy. It would incentivise dioceses to invest in parish ministry, because the cost of parish ministry would be less and the savings of cutting posts would also be less. So I support the motion, the amendments, and ask the group if they would consider this as part of their work. Thank you.
Paul Ronson, Blackburn 257. Thanks for calling me, Chair. I also am an elected member of the Archbishop's Council Finance Committee. I fully support the amendment and all that has been said before. I don't intend to go over old ground for you all. We all know the state of diocesan finances and indeed parish finances. I'm also on our Diocesan Board of Finance and a Treasurer. I do, however, want to just give one thought for the Archbishop's Council and the Church Commissioners to possibly explore. If we go back to February 23, we debated on GS 2255A, Diocesan Stipends Funds Amendment Measure. That measure highlighted the total inadequacy of most diocesan stipend funds. And not only that, all dioceses had various differing deficiencies. So I've got a different suggestion for the Church Commissioners and indeed the Archbishop's Council to consider. A one-off generational resettlement. The Church Commissioners could transfer a lump of their well-grown assets and rebalance all the individual diocesan stipends funds. That money is then ring-fenced. That is there then to pay the clergy and indeed the proper pensions that we should be paying. It will also mean then there is no further cost to neither dioceses nor parishes, because if there were, I couldn't support. So I asked the Archbishop's Council and the Commissioners to think about that. It may cost £3 billion, but it would all be ring-fenced because it will all be in the diocesan stipends funds. From where? So all we're doing is moving money around, but that should hopefully mean the pensions can be paid at the level required. Thank you.
Yes, in the red scarf. Thank you. And Andrew Mumby. Yeah.
Pat Hawkins, Lichfield 145. I support this very warmly as amended. I don't understand the technicalities, so I want to give a human face to it. And the first is to link this conversation with our previous debate. if we want to move the barriers for those from estates, from working class backgrounds to ordination, we cannot leave the livelihood in ministry or in retirement to those who either have inherited wealth or who have a well-paid spouse. The two conversations do go together. The second is to ask those who are considering this to look at it in the broadest possible terms. My sister, and I'm telling this story with her permission, had to take early retirement from stipendiary ministry in the winter of 2020 to care for her seriously ill husband. Not only did she not receive the pension she would have got if she had worked her full time, she lost pension that she had already accrued because she did not meet the criteria for early retirement. Everybody that I've told that story to has been shocked by it, but nobody knows what the answer to it is. When her husband sadly then died, she of course lost part of his pension and was stranded short of her state pension. Now, of course, hard cases make bad law, but sometimes bad law makes hard cases. Please, can we look at this in its broadest possible way? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My point has been made, so I'm not going to speak.
Yes, Paul Cartwright and Bruce.
Bruce Bryant Scott, Europe 113. Thank you, Chair. I'm a grumpy old man, currently collecting a full pension after 35 years of contributions to the Anglican Church of Canada pension, General Synod pension. I'm spending it seemingly on my children, but nonetheless, that's what I'm getting a pension. I also spent 9 years on the pension committee of the Anglican Church of Canada. And so it was a great delight to see all of these papers coming around this motion with all of their technical verbiage and whatnot. I am not an actuary, I am not an investment person. I kind of stand in awe of the wizardry that they often bring about. Particularly, I stand in awe of the wizardry of investment people like the First Commissioner and his associates, and I really wish I could give him my investments to take care of. There's a huge difference between accounting and actuarial science. Actuaries were kind of like the wizards of the financial world, whereas actuaries looked backwards and investment people were looking at what's happening right now. Actuaries were looking 150 years down the pipeline. And what was fascinating was that if they just changed a few of the assumptions or took some of the bumpers off of the pensions, they could in fact move a pension from being grossly underfunded to only being slightly underfunded to being actually well-funded. It all depends upon the assumptions that you make. I come from a province of the Anglican Communion where our pay was increased every year according to the changes of inflation, so that our payment was not diminished each year. When I came here, I was kind of in culture shock from the Church of England. The idea that in real terms clergy are being paid less now is to me shocking and appalling. And finding out that the pensions that people are receiving now is less than what it used to be is equally unacceptable to me. I look at the young clergy around here, and back in Canada, people would see me after a meeting of the pension committee and say, "Is my pension okay?" And I was always able to say yes. Here, I'm not sure I could say the same thing to somebody considering coming into ministry or someone who is in their early years. I speak in favor of the main motion with all of its amendments.
Paul Cartwright, Leeds 133. First of all, I'd like to thank Ian Paul for bringing this forward. I feel as though today's been a little bit of a step into my life. I'm going to rewind back to 2006 when I finally went to theological college, giving up a job where I'd retired on a full pension 4 years ago. How many times do I say that? Just imagine it. And at that time, we were told to sell our house because it wasn't good to keep it. We can't finance your mortgage, so sell it. Praise the Lord, it was not bought off the market and we were able to keep it. We're one of the fortunate ones. But actually, I'm one of the people who comes from an estate. Pearl and Bill, my mum and dad, lived in a council house as I did and didn't take up the right to buy. And when they died, they left, I think, £800 to each child. We don't have a legacy to invest. So what did I do? Well, I encouraged my wife as much as I could, and she's now a deputy head teacher, praise the Lord. And I hope that she hears the call to be a head teacher too, because it will be her pension that carries us through. In 2008, I was diagnosed with leukemia, and whilst at theological college, and one of the conditions that I had on being ordained is that I had to sign away part of my pension, in that if I die through leukemia or leukemia-related illness, Debbie's payout will be reduced. It's true, the paperwork's there, and the area dean who had to support us through that is actually in the chamber today. And you've got to remember that pensions are a business. So what I say is this: let's take it away from the diocese. We've got no money in Leeds. We're really scraping around, we're doing well. And when clergy weren't paid, they were one of the first dioceses to offer help. And I'm really grateful for that. Let's take it away from the diocese so they can concentrate on mission. Let's give the historical stuff like the pensions to the church commissioners. I think they're doing okay. They've certainly got a bigger bank balance than us. And I guess when I say us, I mean all of us in this room. So let's try and follow what our colleague said. And I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, who said, let's get the church commissioners to take responsibility from 97. I like that idea. And, let's keep our promises. Follow God's call on your life. Don't worry. The church will look after you. Now we've got a chance to put right that what we got wrong. And let's not rely on benefits. We did that with SERPs too. And look what happened there. I support this fully, and I'm really grateful for those who support this motion and to Ian Paul for it. Thank you.
Point of order.
Helen King, Oxford 378. Understanding Order 31, would you be able to consider a motion for closure?
Thank you. I was just about to put that, but first I would like to ask whether there is anyone who wants to speak against this motion. In that case, I would like to test the mind of the Synod as to whether this item has been sufficiently debated. This is a motion for closure on item 20. Would those in favour of the motion for closure please show? Those opposed? Thank you. That is carried. I invite Dr. Paul to reply to the debate. He has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Thank you for all your varied contributions, which I found fascinating and sobering in equal measure. I ought to make clear that I have no interest in this debate, interest in the technical legal sense of it. Like Paul Cartwright, I'm fortunate enough to be married to someone who's got a very good pension. In fact, she took early retirement last year. But actually, that makes this debate all the more acutely poignant for me. It's because I'm not speaking on my own behalf. I'm speaking on behalf of those many, many clergy who've got stories like those shared by Brenda Wallace, by Martin Thorpe, by Graham Kirk-Spriggs, by Pat Hawkins, and by others. In fact, one of the things I found most distressing about this whole process is that since I tabled my private member's motion some months ago, a year ago, something like that, I've actually had an email almost every single week from a clergy person explaining their story of hardship and disappointment. I think, Martin Thorpe, you particularly made the point powerfully. This whole question isn't just about money. It's about who we are as a church. Are we a church who keeps their promises? Sadly, in this instance, we have not been. And I think that whole question about being asked to sell our houses is another little scandal waiting to be opened up, and we must tackle it at some point. Clive Mather, thank you very much for your comments, and thank you for your support, and also for that of John Ball. Clive and John have been extremely helpful in conversation and in encouragement and background work. Clive, I particularly valued your point that it's important to note the Pensions Board does not set the level, that is the responsibility of us at Synod. I wonder if we really realised that and fulfilled that responsibility. I don't think as a Synod we've been confident about that in the past. Robin Lunn, yes, I quite understand why the necessary reductions were there to protect the defined benefits scheme. Perhaps we should make available the possibility of adding to that, but in reality, can clergy afford to do this? And by the way, my example from the growth of the Commissioner's assets was a typical year, not a year taken in isolation. Alan Smith, thank you very much. I hesitate to mention the cricket in the light of the recent test result yesterday. Are pensions more important than the Book of Revelation? Well, understanding the Book of Revelation, I tell you, the benefits are out of this world. Alan has promised that he would take me to a cricket match. And if we do, I look forward to it still. But what we will then do is watch the cricket, but I will spend the whole day asking Alan repeatedly, what is the real term ceiling for growth in the Commissioner's assets? Have we really not reached that yet? And therefore, should the Commissioner not be releasing more money? I wonder if that's because it's taken 3 years and Alan still hasn't agreed a date with me. We do need to learn from the past. The 1980s were a long time ago, but we must not be trapped by the anxiety of the past. And I'm afraid that is what I still hear. Julie Ziegel, yes, what we're proposing cannot be achieved with the current financial structures. There's an answer to that. Change the structures. Richard Jackson, if you're going to be disappointed I won't keep asking you questions every synod, I'm very happy to continue asking them. Hey! And I need to let you know, I think Richard knows this, my policy for some years has been at every meeting of the Archbishop's Council to vote against the RAC's recommendation for stipends because they have not been adequate. Yes, there is a question of being realistic, but does that mean if I live to the age of his father, I should stop eating once I get to 92? What's the alternative? We do have a serious danger of becoming a church with lots of money and no people. Yes, we do need a new conversation. Ian Boothroyd, thank you. Yes, you're right. Gosh, I've got lots of other things to say, so we've gone with that. Barry Hill and Paul Ronson. Yes, some fundamentally new arrangements. I couldn't possibly suggest that. Me, I'm just a simple clergyman offering you an issue which needs to be resolved. I'll let other people deal with that. But I'd like to end with an appeal. Members of the House of Clergy, the House of Laity, start there, the most important people. Clergy are those who've heard the call of God to be your shepherds and pastors. We know we're not perfect, but we do seek to do all we can to care for you and to build you up in the full maturity of the stature of Christ. As we care for you, will you care for us? Members of the House of Clergy, you've been elected here by your colleagues to make good decisions. Make a good one today. Members of the House of Bishops, I am sure you know a key part of your role is to be shepherds to the shepherds of the flock. What do shepherds do? They ensure the sheep under their care are well fed and watered. Please do not let anxiety about money inhibit the fulfillment of your responsibility. I commend the motion as revised to Synod.
We move to vote on item 20 as amended. This is a point of order.
John Mason, Chester 280. I'm very confident this will be carried overwhelmingly, but I am also aware of the fact that for the clergy in this synod, there is a clear conflict of interest. And I think it would be hugely valuable for us to be able to demonstrate that there is very significant support in the House of Laity as well. So can I suggest that we have a recorded count of the whole synod?
That has my consent.
I did mean of the whole synod, not by houses, because I do not want to have any jeopardy that we might fall in the House of Laity.
Funnily enough, I heard whole synod. That has my consent. This is a counted vote of the whole synod on item 20 as amended. Those present in the chamber using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favor should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period is now ended.
They voted on item 20. In favor, 382. Against, none. Recorded abstentions, none. Item 20 was carried. We remain in the chamber for the next item.
Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, I disclosed to you in the strictest of confidence what my long-suffering wife had given me for Christmas. If you remember, tickets to go and see an ABBA musical. So I suppose I should say, Mamma Mia, here we go, yet again. Now, although I could not possibly express any view, a cynic might be forgiven for observing same music, same words, but not necessarily in the same order. Of course, I'm referring to the ABBA musical, not this debate. Now, I'm glad to report that my wife has not lost her sense of humour. One of my presents this year was a slim volume entitled 101 Things to Do with a Retired Man. Essentially, they are designed to keep the retiree, i.e. me, out of mischief. The back of the book illustratively reads this: the book is designed to inspire and tease your retiree to have the time of his life and to fill his days and yours with some silly, sometimes useful, but always interesting things to do, which do not include lying on the sofa, watching daytime TV, tidying the garden to within an inch of its life, or attacking and restacking the dishwasher in the most efficient way, as apparently only men can. On a card inside the book, my wife suggested that chairing the General Synod was the 102nd thing which a retiree. So all I can say is how kind and how thoughtful. Now, you know the rules of engagement, so little introduction from me is necessary. Kindness and respect are compulsory watchwords. We must think carefully about how the words we use may be perceived or may be received, particularly by those who may not share our views. Now, you will of course need GS 2346 and the financial memo paper number 5. What I'm going to do, so you know what's coming, is to call the Bishop of Leicester, who can speak for up to 10 minutes. I will then call, as I did before, probably half a dozen speakers, all of whom may speak for up to 5 minutes. Material words are up to 5 minutes. We will then move to the amendments. The movers of the amendments will have up to 5 minutes, but any other speeches thereafter will be 3 minutes. So with that brief introduction, I call on the Bishop of Leicester to speak to and move item 21, and he has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Or speech, actually, other than to say I'm looking forward to retirement at this moment in time. But sisters and brothers, we've had a long day today, and it's been an intense few days here at Synod. Many of us may already be tired, but it's my hope that that tiredness won't adversely affect the tone of this debate. I have been so encouraged by the very many gracious conversations that I've had over the last 48 hours. Thank you for this change of tone. And my response then is to begin by offering, yes, yet another apology. We seem to have had a lot of apologies in the last few days. Perhaps we are simply trying to do too much. But this is a very personal apology because I know that many of you were hoping for concrete proposals for implementing the previous decisions of Synod on LLF. I could give a list of excuses for why we're not yet able to do that, but instead I offer a simple, heartfelt apology. It's not for lack of trying, And I want to add that I am determined to do everything possible to ensure that by July's synods, we do have concrete actions. So please hear me when I say that within the paperwork you have, there is no intention for any rowing back. There is no long grass. There is only a desire to act according to the law and for the unity of the church. Something which, as I said on Friday, I see as core to my ordination promises. I offer this sincere and heartfelt apology because I am only too aware that my actions and our words and decisions have a direct impact on real people's lives, most particularly those of LGBTQI+ people. I've spoken before at Synod about the pain that I've heard expressed by LGBTQI+ people, and I want to say sorry for my part in causing that pain, understanding completely that you may feel the words are hollow, given that we've only been able to deliver very minor changes so far. I'm also only too aware that some still seem to think that the House of Bishops is hiding things. In answering one of the questions on Friday, I implied that legal advice may have got lost due to all the paperwork. I've apologized to Bishop Sarah for that misrepresentation, and I want to say once again very clearly that the substance of all the legal and theological advice relevant to the decision taken has been included in the Synod papers. So Synod, once again, we are in a difficult place, and it's hardly surprising that in the last few days I've had requests to drop this item altogether from synods to avoid yet another long debate. I understand the motives behind this. I've also heard that there may be a request to move to next business or to adjourn the debate. Again, I understand this. However, my hope would be that we hear at least a good range of views on the proposed way ahead, even if we don't then get to a formal vote. I am also very clear that whether or not we get to a formal vote, the work goes on. Both the work of implementing the decisions already taken and the work of reconciliation and finding a way forward that most, if not all, can agree. So let me say a word, if I may, about why I am so committed to this work of reconciliation and finding an agreed way forward. I know that some here don't like the use of that word reconciliation in this context, either because you think it's inappropriate in the context of oppression, or because you believe this is a first-order issue which we can't agree to disagree. However, I do believe it is appropriate to go on using the word because I not only see it as the heart of the gospel, but I also believe it is a particular gift of Anglicanism. And somewhere in the midst of all our anxieties, we seem to have lost sight of that. We were born in discord between Rome, Geneva, Canterbury. We grew up in disputes about the nature of the Eucharist, the question of whether clergy should be forced to use the same liturgy. It was in this context that Richard Hooker offered a comprehensive vision which held the extremes together. And now we have our own disagreements. Are they greater or smaller than previous generations? I don't know. But I would like to hope that we have learned something from our history. If the world needs to see what reconciliation with God looks like, then the wider church also needs the particular gift of Anglicanism. Brothers and sisters, I want you to know that this is personal for me. I am a missionary at heart. I'm not afraid to use that word, despite its negative connotations in some circles. My parents were missionaries in Indonesia. My grandparents, great-grandparents, and great-great-grandparents were missionaries in China. My wife and I served as missionaries in West Africa. And I don't want in any way to belittle the importance of today's discussions. They matter for all of us, and the whole church around the world is wrestling with them. Yet I have come to the personal conclusion that the missionary imperative is less about do we or don't we agree with same-sex marriage. That question alone is not going to decide whether the church grows or shrinks in the coming years. The missionary imperative in this day and age is reconciliation. At a moment in history when violence and the threat of violence is once again spreading around the world, the future of the church, I believe, rests on our willingness to be reconciled with God and with one another, and so to display to the world God's plan to gather up all things in Christ, things in heaven and things on earth. So my very personal appeal to you today is be reconciled to God, 1 Corinthians 5, and show this by being reconciled to one another. So what is the roadmap then to reconciliation that I'm offering? Well, in the paperwork before you, I've given an illustration of 10 commitments which might form the basis of an agreed way forward. Every one of you here today will find something in these commitments that you don't like, that you disagree with. However, it's my sincere hope that we do not have a series of speeches which simply point out what you disagree with in the paper. Rather, I hope the focus is on the principle of finding an agreed way forward. And if you really don't agree with that principle, then please feel free to offer an alternative. I would love to hear it. But having said that, I also hope we can avoid a series of speeches simply saying, Synod needs to agree with me, or others just need to change their minds. This isn't going to happen. And you may not think that what I'm suggesting stands any chance of success either. You may be right. But I'm asking for a chance to try. And to quote 2 Corinthians 5 once again, if we are out of our mind, as some say, it is for God. If we are in our right minds, it is for you. If you agree with this way forward, then the next few months will involve some intensive diplomacy with me, the staff team, hopefully a wider group of bishops, clergy and lay people, such that we can return to the House of Bishops and to Synod with some concrete proposals. I am absolutely clear that by July we must have those proposals to put before Synod. And my argument is that the best way to proceed is by some form of commitments or agreements such that we can then move swiftly to implementing the changes agreed. Sisters and brothers, with the hours that I've spent in conversation about this with different people in recent weeks, I know how passionately many people feel. And yet I dare to suggest that out in our parishes, our fresh expressions of church, our chaplaincies, our schools, people just want us to reach agreement and to get on with serving our nation. So my question is simple. Will you join me in looking for that comprehensive vision which holds together both ends of the spectrum in some form of communion? What Archbishop Justin called in his presidential address, the variable geometry of communion. We know it won't be perfect communion. It never can be this side of heaven. But we have this vision in our Anglican roots, and it's to those roots that we must return. Radical Christian inclusion means going back to our roots, back to Scripture, back to tradition, and back to 500 years of learning about reconciliation. I beg to move the motion.
So the motion is open for debate. There is a 5-minute speech limit. Nikki Grauke, followed by Helen King.
Nikki Grauke, Worcester 236. Synod 7 years ago, I was called first in the infamous Take Note debate, which precipitated the LLF process and promises of a radical new Christian inclusion. 7 long years. Chair, thank you for calling me. Somehow I'm here again. It feels a little Groundhog Day. I spoke then from the silent middle, a middle which over these intervening years has steadily moved in a clear direction, gathering momentum. Many evangelicals have journeyed towards inclusivity, becoming advocates for change in their churches. Traditional congregation members who hadn't previously engaged have realised that they are in favour of blessing same-sex couples. Anecdotally, around 80% of those in our pews. Many think we now can. After quiet rejoicing at media headlines last year, requests for services of blessing have started. Well-intentioned but perhaps less well-informed church wardens in vacancies agree to sort out arrangements only to be told they can't because we're stuck. Synod, we do need a reset. We need to move from fruitless arguments about why we can't bless same-sex marriages to fruitful discussions about how we can. We need to become our best selves, reconciled reconcilers. Those who oversee our legal advisors need a reset. We need to remind them that they are here to serve and support the direction of travel set out by Synod. They must be mandated to help us work out how we can bless gay couples, not why we can't. The House of Bishops needs a reset. Bishops, you are called to be a focus of unity. Please don't let a very small minority amongst you divert you to differentiation. Be courageous in holding differences in your diocese. It's what we have always done. We are a broad church. Most of the clergy who with integrity cannot use the prayers of love and faith themselves are content to coexist with neighbours who can for the sake of unity. Bishops, please lead us in modelling how we do this, how we can together hold structural unity, not why we can't. It might be messy, but it's what you're called to do. Please use the power you undoubtedly have responsibly and wisely. Synod, we voted for change, and we voted for change as one church. A small vocal minority is using this issue to orchestrate separation, splitting the church we love. But most people are able to disagree with others and remain in communion with them. Most Christians find ways to rejoice over what unites us and work around what divides us without crying heresy or threatening legal action. Most humbly desire honesty and transparency, reconciliation and breadth. Let's find out how we can be those people, not why we can't. I'm grateful to Bishop Martin for the undefended manner in which he is leading this process, and to both him and Bishop Helen Ann for their work in helping us engage differently from now on. Polarisation is rarely productive, but we need to move forward. Synod, please, let's commit to discerning how we can be radically inclusive and bring to an end plotting why we can't. Let's bless those who long for their marriages to be recognised by their church, our church. Let's get this done and move on with grace together in unity.
Helen King, followed by Jane Rosam.
Helen King, Oxford 378. Thank you for calling me, Mr. Chairman. I find it difficult to support the motion that we have before us because, like the document behind it, it leaves so many things unclear. I found what Bishop Martin said at the beginning of this debate helpful in clarifying some of that, but not yet all of it. And particular thanks to him for reminding us at the outset of this debate that this is about people, not about abstract issues. In the Annex C to the document, we have a list of who's doing what, which is not the sort of management chart that I really like to see. I don't know how it all relates. There's a program team in place. There's program governance. We still don't know whether that's going to be 2 bishops or a group of bishops. There's a policy development and advisory group, who seem to be doing pastoral reassurance. There's a pastoral consultation group, which will identify members in the second quarter of this year and then start work in the fourth quarter. Why then? There are engagement groups. There's work with the Faith and Order Commission, and we've already heard from Bishop Robert on how LLF is continually making demands on them. And there's engagement with the Clergy Discipline Commission. I don't see what's going to happen between now and July from this. And there's another group, glimpsed briefly through Notice Paper 5, which mentions a budget for residential meetings of stakeholders with a budget of £175,000. Now, is that the intensive diplomacy which Bishop Martin mentioned in his introduction to this debate? Is it like Shared Conversations was in 2015 to 17? If it is, if that's what intensive diplomacy is, getting people to sit down together over a residential period and get to know each other, rather than just turning up at a meeting and giving some views, I really welcome that. Because unless we can appreciate each other as fellow human beings and fellow Christians, this is going nowhere, no matter how many groups are set up. And it's no good the bishops having these meetings. We ought to involve clergy and laity, and I'm very glad again that Bishop Martin mentioned that. And probably not just the usual suspects. Now, I speak here as a usual suspect. Yes, I'm trying to get out of this. I did the diocesan shared conversations. I was in the LLF history group and interdisciplinary groups. I've been to several meetings of inclusive stakeholders with the LLF team, one with the Archbishop of Canterbury, and with a few others. I was in a group last September that met 3 times on living with difference. I have no sense of how that really fed into anything. But what I've learned from that is it is very hard indeed for people to be in the same room as each other. We really have to do better at speaking to each other, in each other's presence, and speaking about each other, and I don't exempt myself from that criticism. But if we're going to talk, we also need to talk about our ecclesiology. I'm a trustee of Westcott House. I'm also on Ministry Council. And some students from Westcott got back to me with their views on LLF, and they flagged up ecclesiology. What is the church? In what does the unity of the church consist? What is the role of a bishop? I agree, we need more work on all of those. And that brings me to the point that our collective inaction at present and the continued delays are damaging, amongst others, ordinands. Now, Ministry Council has identified many reasons for the fall in the number of ordinands, and because the papers are confidential, I can't go into detail, but there are many more reasons beyond LLF, COVID, and the shared discernment process. But by not proceeding according to the votes already passed by Synod, we leave all our candidates for ordained and for lay ministry in limbo. We go on damaging the church of the future year after year. So in addition to moving towards some intense and structured conversations, may I just suggest we could abandon issues now? There are clergy here at Synod who were ordained before issues was invented. It can be done. The Church managed very well without issues. The Church can rely on the wisdom and discernment of DDOs who, regardless of their own position on the broad spectrum of the Church, have done and do their very best for the candidates who come their way. So let's abandon issues in the near future. And yes, let's have conversations of a depth that we haven't had before, including clergy and lay people. Thank you.
Jane Roseanne to make a maiden speech. Is Will Harwood standing? Right, is he standing or not? No. He's not, okay. Jane Roseanne, please.
Okay, so Jane Roseanne, Rochester 389, and thank you, Chair, for calling me. I want Synod to speak from the heart, and in that, let me please tell you something of my parish. It is small, rural, and it is homogenised with 3 others into a benefice. An all too familiar picture, along with a part-time priest who is run ragged, who in fact works more than full-time, in what is an unachievable role. Well, it is unachievable if you want to do it well. We are a local church of local people, encompassing the whole breadth of traditions and views. We are held together by our desire for unity, to fit in with one another, and we work hard at it. We create space for each other and quite simply agree to disagree, but with kindness and respect. Ahead of Synod, I'm asked what is on the agenda and how is it going to play out. And I often feel almost too embarrassed to tell them, but I always try to reply with some positive hope. For my parish are people of hope. Like many parishes across the country, our living faith includes living with difference. And that difference includes me, a licensed lay minister and a Nana chaplain who is married to Joanna, my same-sex partner, for over 30 years. And it includes other parishioners and our organist, who is much loved and valued by everyone and just happens to be the nephew of our church warden. Difference for us is like most of the country, an everyday lived experience. In our parish, we respond to it with love. And whilst love is our biblical command, we do not do it as a duty or a rigour, but because it is written on our hearts. And like most parishes, we also have an unending struggle to survive financially. And because of the love and positivity we give to everyone that tumbles out of our church doors, it is infused throughout our villages. So we are held and supported by our local people who ensure our survival by their wondrous and moving efforts. So I hope you can imagine just how they feel, therefore, when they hear tale of their very large, very wealthy, and very well-resourced neighbour who has stopped contributing to their parish share because they feel if they were to continue, that we could in some way taint them. Seeing their look of sadness as they discuss it, it just makes me want to weep. For my everyday parish could be called the skint little people, to quote the Alan Bates character in the Post Office drama. Skint little, generous, kind, loving, everyday people of faith whose quiet voices are being drowned out by the very loud, shouty voices whose constant barrage is felt as being oppressive and unkind. And as everyday, ordinary, everyday people, one body, they struggle to make that biblical connection. But do you know how they respond? They pass round the collection plate and they carry on. Only now their hearts are a little heavier and the struggle a little more uphill. And I want to go home from here and tell them that I spoke up for them. I gave them a voice that was heard above the loud voices. And I spoke for all the ordinary little parishes just like them. For we are not going away. We are here and we always have been. All we want is the space to be the people that God made us be and to journey together.
Rachel Weberly, followed by the Bishop of Coventry.
Rachel Webley, Canterbury 076. Thank you, Chair, for calling me to speak. As a white woman committed to inclusion in every area of our church's life, I am a white woman committed to inclusion in every area of our church's life. I'm co-convener of the General Synod Anti-Racist Network, which was established in July 2022 in response to the challenge from Lord Boateng. I am alarmed, therefore, to read in GS 2346 and other recent communications relating to LLF sudden references to GMH people without explanation. Bishop Martin has a strong record of anti-racist work, and I have thanked him for his helpful intervention in yesterday's debate on racial justice. So this addition is surprising to me, and I know to others here. I appreciate the genuine attempt at progress and plea for harmony by Bishop Martin, who has bravely put his name to the work before us today. However, singling out one particular group, in this case GMH people, is unhelpful. Had this paper arrived before the deadline for questions, I would have asked whether all GMH members of Synod were consulted by Bishop Martin, and if not, what criteria was used to decide who would have this privileged input. Suddenly spotlighting GMH people in a paper risks creating division and mistrust between Synod members, the opposite of that which is requested in GS 2346. Grouping GMH people together is at odds with an anti-racist approach that recognises the richness and diversity of thought among black and brown people, exactly as between those of us racialised as white. As you know, I am in favour of the prayers for love and faith and the decisions taken by Synod, and am grateful for Bishop Martin's indication that he will honour them. However, regardless of my own personal views, I cannot stand by and leave unchallenged this sudden co-option of an entire group on the grounds of their protected characteristic, rather than relevance to this or any other debate. At my diocesan synod in March 2022, I was asked about the impact of LLF on the Anglican Communion. I reminded my colleagues there that there is not a homogenous perspective in the Anglican Communion. For example, my friend, who's a Methodist minister in a church that is expanding rapidly, spent some of her sabbatical in Nigeria visiting colleagues who have remained in connection with the Methodist Church in the UK, even after the decision here to marry same-sex couples. I highlighted also that the voices of gay Christians from many parts of the world are never heard in debates because it is just too dangerous for them to be visible, and they are surely the most vulnerable in this debate. Grouping GMH people together in this way goes at odds with many things. As a priest in Canterbury Diocese, I'm grateful to Bishop Rose for her unequivocal and passionate support for the full inclusion of LGBTQ+ people in our church. In the Difference course last week, Chino MacDonald writes, "Tension must come before reconciliation." Perhaps we have had a bit too much tension. But nonetheless, she also quotes Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a much-loved and mourned ally from Africa. True reconciliation exposes the awfulness, the abuse, the hurt, the truth. On Friday evening, we had a truly life-giving and, dare I say it, fun racial justice fringe. Worship at St. Peter's Walworth yesterday was, for me, a foretaste of the heavenly vision that Esther articulated for us yesterday. Please, could all those involved in delivering what Synod has asked for have regard for inclusion in its widest sense, and please take care not to sow division along the way. Thank you.
The Bishop of Coventry, followed by Luke Appleton.
Ruth Worsley, Coventry 14. Today, I proudly wear the cross of nails that I was given on Christmas morning at Coventry Cathedral. You will know the story of this cross and how it has shaped the community of over 250 partner organisations around the world. Many of us share in the daily litany of reconciliation that marks the vision of the cathedral, the community and our diocese. God was in Christ, reconciling the world to himself, and has entrusted to us the ministry of reconciliation. Paul's words to the Corinthian church challenged this deeply divided community to live out that ministry. Bishop Martin's motion invites us all to join with him in a similar approach to how we explore together what God's reconciling love means for us as a church today, and how we are then called to live together, despite our differences and deep divisions. Such an approach is not without cost. This is not a cheap option, but rather one that is fundamental to what being a follower of Jesus, called to take up our cross, requires of us. There are three principles on which this ministry of reconciliation is founded: healing the wounds of history, learning to live with difference and celebrate diversity, building a culture of peace and justice. It begins with healing the wounds of history, recognizing the hurts and harms of the past were a necessary part of rebuilding the relationships fractured by war. This could not be done by plastering over the cracks and hoping that healing would happen. Attention needed to be paid to take time, care, and recognize the damage done to one another. We still have much to do in listening to one another's pain. We've spoken with regret and sorrow about homophobia, but we need to understand how we have harmed sisters and brothers through our rejection of them as family members. Much like the earlier debate this morning, healing those wounds means giving greater attention to the language we use, ensuring that our words of apology are lived out in reality, and for those of us who are heterosexual to be willing to learn from others' experience. And more needs to be done in listening to and learning from those who have yet to have their voice heard within a debate which has too often been had between those of us on the polarities of the conversation. It's only then that we can begin to learn to live with difference and celebrate the diversity amongst us. As with Rachel, like Esther, I long for the rich diversity of the whole people of God to be finally fully realized in the heavenly vision that John offers us. Whilst I wait with impatience for the fulfillment of that vision, I'm willing to seek to play my part in building a culture of peace and justice, and I hope that you are too. I want to end with words from the Pledge of Transformation, which is used by the sister network to that of the community of Nails. Together for Hope was born in 2018 as a partnership of secular and non-Christian faith-based organisations across Coventry. And this is what they say and share together. For love which heals wounds, we will stand. For generosity, which opens space for hope, we will stand. For nurturing, which builds a culture of peace, we will stand. For compassion, which seeks the best for all, we will stand. For respect, which enables us to love with difference, we will stand. For humility, which allows healthier relationships with others, we will stand. Together, for hope, we will stand. Brothers and sisters, let us commit to stand together in hope.
Luke Appleton.
Luke Appleton, Exeter, 309. I want to just prefix my speech just by acknowledging the fact that I am every bit as wretched and sinful as everyone else in this room, and that all of us are only justified by the blood of Christ. I also just want to thank the Bishop for the tone of his presentation and for the commitment in the paper to transparency and honesty, which I think hopefully everybody can agree with. I do just want to come back to the Bishop, though, around his comments around this being an Anglican approach, because I believe historically and in a contemporary way that is unfortunately not the case. And I want to just to illustrate why I don't think that this approach will work. I've heard now on a number of occasions that the issue, and by the issue I mean the conflict, and this conflict, I'm saying afflicts because of the nature of the conflict, not what we're discussing, all of the Christian churches. I've heard it described as the new Reformation, and I think I'd agree with that. Once again, we are faced, in my view, with a conflict between biblical Christianity and worldly compromise. That's my view, I'm being honest with you about it. I am, however, glad that my fellow Synod members here today are not going to burn me at the stake if they disagree with this speech. Clearly, there's much about the Reformation era that we would not want to emulate. However, I would draw your attention to the Elizabethan settlement that has defined this church for over 400 years. The genius of this settlement is that the Anglican can accept every bit of it. Now, of course, there were people who couldn't sign up and they left the church. But for all the people that stayed in, they signed up to the whole settlement. High churchmen didn't just accept Articles 1 to 15, and low churchmen didn't only accept Articles 16 to 39. Everybody who stayed in assented to every aspect of it. And that is a principle that has been a defining part of Church of England Anglicanism ever since. I want you to consider, and I say this as a member of the Prayer Book Society, common worship, a new liturgy. While I might personally detest "this is my song and this is my story" as irreverent, I don't have a theological objection to it. For all its flaws, common worship is a truly Anglican liturgy and could be used by everyone. Of course, in recent years, the Anglican approach was pushed to breaking point with the 5 guiding principles. But they are principles, in principle, accepted by everyone. PLF and our approach with LLF will push that to breaking point, is pushing that to breaking point. It will, in effect, be the ending of the Elizabethan settlement because we will have become multiple churches within one institution. Half this chamber cannot and never will be able to accept this liturgy. We cannot walk together on this, and we never will. Please, I beg you, for the sake of everyone here, and for the Anglicans around the world watching us now, who look to this church, who admire this church, who love this church, do not break us in this way. Thank you.
Now, having had half a dozen speeches on the main motion, I'm going to move to the amendments, and I'm going to call Joy Maudsley to move the amendment at 65.
Joy Maudsley, Oxford 186.
I just wanted to remind you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. It almost seems a little indulgent, especially at this point in the afternoon, taking up synod time, asking for an amendment that is about just one word of the motion before us, a change from welcoming the further work carried out on LLF to noting that work. But as Tilly, the character in the sitcom Miranda, says, bear with, bear with. It's not that there are not things to welcome in GS 2346. I suspect that we all welcome the Bishop of Leicester's tone and his heart. We welcome the emphasis on reconciliation and bridge building and renewed trust across the LLF divide, the call to listen, to find a way to live well with difference, the pursuit of honesty and transparency, the acknowledgement of the difficulties that remain in the implementation of the areas of work around the PLF. Perhaps you welcome talk of settlement that will hopefully enable you to continue within the Church of England. Perhaps you value the commitment to the experimental use of standalone services of PLF. Yet I believe that we must note rather than welcome the work that has been carried out. We are offered 10 commitments. They are in draft form. We don't yet know how they will be refined. Each of them needs more detail, and their wording is still to be negotiated. They represent a reset of the debate. For some of us, that may feel like an unwelcome slowing down of the debate from all that happened at Synod last year. It seems to me that these are commitments that lack commitment. We don't know what we are welcoming. Just a few reflections. There is a commitment to devote ourselves to Scripture. What is the place of Scripture in this debate? Yes, let's actually grapple with the Bible, sit under God's word, and see what it has to say about how we are to live our lives if we are to be holy as God is holy. Perhaps you were shocked and saddened, as I was, that we even have to mention the civil courts as a means to settle our disputes. And surprised too that here the commitment is made to explore the process for clergy and lay ministers to enter same-sex civil marriages, immediately leading to an acknowledged diocesan postcode lottery and further threat to unity. What should be our primary witness to wider society at this time? Is reconciliation enough? Surely our primary witness in every age should be to the good news of the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, his love for us and his call on our lives. The greatest need is for the people of this nation to hear this good news so that by believing, they may have life in his name, full life now and eternal life to come. To welcome is to be pleased about and to support something. To note is to pay it particular attention. I would respectfully suggest that we can only do the latter and that this amendment is actually a unifying amendment. What we may not be able to welcome, we can all note. Thank you for bearing with. I move the amendment standing in my name.
Bishop Martin to respond and to indicate whether he supports the amendment.
Thank you very much, Shui. I appreciate greatly the way you've expressed that. I think I'm not minded to accept the amendment, however, simply because I'm not expecting anyone to do a song and dance about this in the sense of welcoming it. But nevertheless, as a different way forward, focused on reconciliation, I hope that Synod might be able to welcome that rather than note it. So I'm not accepting the amendment.
Well, as the Bishop does not support the amendment, it will lapse unless 25 members stand in their places or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate on the amendment to continue and to vote to be taken on the amendment. I therefore invite members to stand, and I see 25 members standing. The debate continues. Now, it's very difficult to tell what people's views are on amendments because they're not recorded in the notices to speak. So, one person in favour, please. Those in favour of the amendment? Yes, you, sir. And against? Does anybody want to speak against the amendment? You, madam. 3 minutes.
Fraser Oates, 238 Worcester. Thank you for calling me. It feels like we're caught in quite a miserable and exhausting cycle, and without wanting to undermine the hard work that's gone into the motion and the paper, it seems that we're just perpetuating this cycle by entrenching ourselves in division without really addressing the fundamental reasons why we are disagreeing so severely. If I'm honest, I'm sceptical about a reset. I cannot see how we can agree to commitments or settlements while we continue to argue over these headlines, but neglect to devote any time or consideration to the beliefs and the convictions that underpin them. Our church is divided, our congregations are anxious and disorientated, and people are walking away. Levels of trust are paper thin, and legally and procedurally we've hit a brick wall, and it's crushing for many of us. Around half of this synod, and for many others across the country, we continue to feel passionately and unwaveringly tethered to what has always been understood to be the right and clear teaching of Scripture, which has given shape to the traditions that we've inherited. If our task is reconciliation, and if the subject matter of our discussions and the unity of the church is worth fighting for and suffering over, then we have got to wrestle with the real depths of our disagreement and come to some robust conclusions about our teaching, our practices, our ecclesiology and our mission. Or indeed, we need to find pragmatic and gracious ways of making differentiation happen. As someone who believes in the current and historical teachings of the church, I'm left feeling like I'm clutching straws. It doesn't feel like we're walking together even now. It feels like myself and many others are being slowly sidelined, and I'm struggling to see my place here anymore. Therefore, I'm compelled to resist the main motion or to abstain, and I hope and pray that we can come up with a better way. And as minor as this amendment might be, it gives me a little bit of hope. So I'm in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Three minutes.
Vicky Brett, Peterborough 382. I do welcome the change in tone, but I'm angry. 3 times in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus gets angry. We know the stories. In Mark 3, he gets angry with the religious leaders for trying to stop him from healing the man with the shriveled hand. Their scriptures excluded disabled people from approaching the altar and from healing on the Sabbath. Go away, you're not good enough for God. Come back later when you are healed. Jesus was angry that they put religious rules above people. In Mark 10, Jesus gets angry when the disciples try to prevent the children coming to Jesus. Go away, you're not good enough for God. Come back later when you are grown up. In Mark 11, Jesus gets angry again. So angry, he turns over the tables and gets out a whip. He quoted Isaiah and Jeremiah saying, "My temple will be called a house of prayer for the people of all nations. But you have turned it into a hideout for thieves." The money changers had set up shop in the court of the Gentiles, the only place the people of all nations could go to worship. But their place was turned into a market. Go away, you're not good enough for God. Jesus was angry with the religious establishment and the primary teachers of the law and his own disciples, and all for the same reason. They were keeping people away from God. Warning, they were all religious people he was angry at, like you and me. Would Jesus be angry today, I wonder? We asked for cake, specifically wedding cake and champagne, so we could celebrate our relationships before our family and friends, and most importantly, before God. Instead of champagne, we were offered bread and water. Go away, you're not good enough for God. Bread and water which we reluctantly and hungrily accepted because it was better than nothing. We took your offer of the outer court as the closest we could get to God. Then you snatched it away and said, wait, a few more years, a few more months, wait. Go away, you're not good enough for God. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, and we are heart sick, despondent. You said you were uncertain, but we are not. We know there is good in our relationships, just as there is good in yours. We know God loves us. All of us. We don't know if you love us. We know we are blessed. We know we are a blessing to the church. Why won't you bless us? Why won't you marry us? Why won't you celebrate our loves and our lives with us? Why won't you let us celebrate our loves and our lives with our family and friends and with God? Thank you.
Given the number of people who were standing during the debate on that amendment, I now wish to test the mind of Synod on whether item 65 has been sufficiently debated, and I therefore put the motion for closure on item 65. Those in favour of the motion for closure on item 65, please show. Also green ticks online. Those against? The motion is for closure is carried. We now proceed to vote on amendment 65. So those in favour, please show. Green ticks online as well. Those against? The amendment is carried. So we move to item 66. I call Ed Shaw to speak to and move his amendment at 66. Have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ed Shaw, Bristol 261. Yesterday, the Archbishop of York said that a developing theme to this group of sessions was being honest about the past. My amendment seeks to be honest about the present so that we can build a more honest and united future. Reconciliation and bridge building takes honesty. But as the Episcopalian priest Fleming Rutledge perceptively writes, it is not uncommon, both in and out of the church, for the people who do the most talking about reconciliation to be the ones who find it easier to smooth things over rather than struggle through them. My amendment is here to stop us from smoothing over the deep divisions that exist amongst us, between bishops, clergy, laity, and members of sexual minority groups like myself. We do not all believe the same things when it comes to identity, sexuality, relationships, and marriage. I hope that is not news for anyone. But throughout the Living in Love process, in the shared conversations I was part of both, constant attempts have been made to smooth over these divisions rather than struggle through them. Appreciate how great and deep and painful they are. In particular, we have been implicitly and explicitly told that we can just agree to disagree, that these matters do not matter too much, that they are not issues of primary importance, that they do not impact the gospel, that we do not need to change our doctrine or structures. But they are issues of primary importance for so many of us from a range of different perspectives. They do impact our understanding of the gospel. They are leading to change in our doctrine, and our structures will, I'm afraid, need to follow. My amendment simply seeks to be honest about the depth of our current divisions. Divisions that are deep enough to stop parishioners from giving to their churches, ordinands from going forward for ordination, priests from continuing in ministry, bishops from moving together, communion partners from staying together. This is all about people, not issues. My hope in moving this amendment It's simply that we encourage those taking this process forward to be honest about the reality that we face and to shape not just a few commitments, not just a process reset, but a whole new way of doing the Church of England that will do good for all of us in this room and beyond. One that allows, in good conscience, parishioners, ordinands, priests, bishops, communion partners to stay together in new and imaginative ways. Sisters and brothers in Christ, we do need to be honest about the past. That has been a highlight of these sessions. But we also need to be honest about the present. If we are to enjoy a more honest and united future. I move the amendment standing in my name.
So Bishop Martin to respond and to indicate whether he supports the amendment.
Thank you, Ed. And once again, I want to thank you for the way that you've expressed this and for the intentions behind your amendment. On one level, I can agree in the sense of acknowledging. So I have heard it expressed many, many times by many different people. So on that level of simply acknowledging, yes. And your call to find new and imaginative ways is actually what I'm asking for, exactly that. But I fear that enshrining this in the motion is rather a counsel of despair, of saying actually there aren't any new and imaginative ways for us. So I am going to resist this amendment in the hope that we can still find a way for reconciliation.
Well, as the Bishop does not support the amendment, it will lapse unless 25 members stand in their places or otherwise indicate that they wish the debate on the amendment to continue and a vote to be taken. And I see 25 members standing, so the debate continues. Kenson Live, followed by Mark Smith. 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes.
Kenson Lee, 493 Coopted. Thank you, Chair, for calling me to speak. I would like to urge Synod to resist this amendment. The reason is that the phrase, "there are matters we cannot simply agree to disagree," suggests that reconciliation is not possible. Love does not leave the judge to apportion its right. Love reconciles itself to its opposition with no regard to right whatsoever, says Hegel. Validity of our judgment shouldn't be measured against law or legality, for these can change, or else we meet in vain, Synod. But they are measured against truth, which in and for itself affirms that reconciliation is not only possible, it is certain. It is certain because divine reality is experienced as certainty and actualized reality in Christ Jesus. This is the hope we as Christians have, even in deep disagreement, that we will and must move on from agree to disagree to a new level of mutual understanding, the recognition that the other affirms myself within themselves, that the LGBTQIA person in front of me affirms me as a person despite I'm a straight man. We overcome not people nor ideas. We overcome disagreement itself. Even the ultimate chasm between life and death has been bridged when God the Son died on the cross and rose on the third day. The reconciling yes of the resurrected Christ, which we all long for, will appear when we no longer differentiate between for or against change, inclusive or orthodox, but each acquiescing to the necessity of the other, the affirmation of reconciliation. It is possible because forgiving love fulfills the intrinsic claim in every being, the claim to be reaccepted into the unity which it belongs. Unity without difference is death. Reconciliation achieved after the dialectical process is life in the most holy Trinity. I urge Synod to resist this amendment, which is not conducive to reconciliation, and support the main motion. Thank you.
Mark Smith. Yes.
Mark Smith, Universities and TEI's 453, making my maiden speech. Synod, why is all this so hard? Why is this ongoing debate around LLF so exhausting and depressing and painful? I think the amendment before us helpfully offers part of the reason. It is that we continue to engage each other on terrain that is at best only partly lit. That was evident in the written response to question 29, which said, there is currently not agreement about what type or level of disagreement we are actually having, which contributes to difficulties in mapping out a way forward. That, I would like to suggest, is an understatement. Until we are clear on the level of disagreement, until we shed more light on that, we will remain largely in the dark, and we will keep on talking past one another, we will keep on bumping into each other, we will keep on hurting one another. This amendment simply states the truth that for many in this chamber and in the wider church, our differences on LLF are not something on which we can agree to disagree. Many eager for change are motivated by deep-rooted and non-negotiable convictions about the justice and the equality and the welcome that the gospel demands. Many opposed to change are motivated by equally deep-rooted and non-negotiable convictions about the nature of the apostolic faith. This amendment names and honours the depth of those convictions. It helps to shed some light on where we stand. I think it also exposes a troubling disconnect between the real depth of our disagreement and the character of the proposals before us. So I want to say to the House of Bishops, my dear brothers and sisters, you claim to recognise that for many these issues are not ones on which we can agree to disagree, and yet every single proposal, every single strategy, every single position paper that has come out of this process consistently presupposes that these are ultimately matters adiaphora and maps out a way forward on that basis. But that case has never been made theologically. It has only ever been assumed and asserted. The simple fact that we do disagree on these issues does not automatically mean that we should be disagreeing on them. A disputed matter is not necessarily a disputable matter. And yet, as I read these proposals, I discover time and again the governing theological paradigm is one of learning from one another, the gifts of different traditions, the building up of the body. That is only true if this whole issue lands within the tolerable breadth of the church's life, rather than being something that intrinsically obscures or occludes the apostolic faith itself. And to decide in advance that this isn't an issue of apostolic faithfulness, and then to push ahead, may appear open-minded and generous and inclusive, but there is a danger that it might instead be perceived as both a failure to listen and as a misuse of power, which acts subtly to marginalise and delegitimatize alternative perspectives. Well, this amendment helps to dispel that unhappy perception. It names something about the depth of our disagreements. It sheds much needed light on the path ahead. I beg you to support it.
Before we proceed further, I should remind the Synod that we are due to complete the business before us by 7 o'clock. Now, I am hoping to persuade the Synod that you will give me another 15 minutes so that we might complete this item of business under item 66. Does the Synod give its general assent? Those in favour of giving general assent? Those against? So the ayes have it. And we will extend the sitting by 15 minutes, which means I can call 2 more lots of speakers. Now, somebody in favour of the amendment? Gentleman in the blue shirt. Somebody against? Gentleman in the facing me directly. 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes.
Steve Wilcox, York 244. Chair, friends, I'm grateful for the hard work of the Bishop of Leicester and others in bringing us to this point. I'm not much of a farmer, though I did work on a farm for 6 months many years ago, but as we continue these vitally important discussions regarding LLF, 2 agricultural parables told by Jesus have been much in my mind. The first in Matthew 13 is the parable of the wheat and the tares. Strikes me that each of us here thinks the message we promote is the wheat, and the message of those who disagree with us is the tares. On one hand, some believe it's a critical issue of doctrine. On the other, some believe it's a critical issue of justice. I'm under no illusion. I know some people in this room think what I believe is equivalent to tares. And the question each of us is left asking is, are we willing to accept that the other message will continue to grow, however hard we might try to stop it? However hard we might try to stop it, it will continue to grow until the day Christ returns and brings all into judgment. Even if some of us leave the Church of England, the message will still be around. So will we acknowledge the existence of the other? The second in Matthew 7 is the image of the good and bad trees. Again, each person in this room will identify different trees as being good and bad, but my point with this parable is that the fruit results from the root, the tree itself. We're spending all this time talking about the fruit, when in my view we need to spend more time considering the roots. As was argued so clearly more than a year ago in a paper by a group of bishops holding the traditional view of marriage, while the issues being discussed around the prayers and pastoral guidance are fruit issues, underlying these issues are root issues, and the roots of the positions that are held in this room are very different. And so we need, if we want to assess the fruit of the 2 trees, we need to allow the 2 trees to grow. We're having a discussion about how that might happen. In my view, I could be wrong. It'll happen as we have bishops upholding the positions in each diocese, vocational pathways supporting the positions in each diocese, financial structures enabling the positions in each diocese. That is why, while I welcome much of GS 2346, I support this amendment, and unless it is significantly, the whole proposal is significantly amended, I will oppose it. But I don't want to dwell on those things now. What I want to dwell on are those 2 images. Let me ask us, have we learned from the parable of the wheat and the tares? Will we accept the existence of one another? And have we learned from the parable of the trees and their fruits that we need to let each tree grow properly to properly assess its fruit? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You, sir.
Graham Kirkbriggs, Norwich 181. This is an incredibly concerning report, and I cannot support it. I also cannot support this amendment, as it strikes through any sort of settlement. I do believe that the side opposed to mine is Christian and should have a place within the Church of England. One part of this report that alarms me the most is the section from point 8 on page 5 of the report. And I quote, "We recognise that not all bishops would be content to ordain or license such ministers, and bishops must be allowed freedom of conscience in relation to LLF in the same way as clergy." Friends, this isn't structural differentiation. This is structural prejudice. It's entirely un-Anglican and presents a disturbing mindset that our Episcopal colleagues are only bishops to the people that agree with them. Sexuality is a protected characteristic, like race, gender, and disability. Even with the settlement on women in the episcopacy and in ordained ministry, there is no sense that a diocesan bishop will refuse to license a woman simply because of the fact that they are a woman. No conservative diocesan, as far as I can tell, has said, well, I'm not having any women in my diocese. This disturbing development is wrong as well. Imagine if the reverse was being proposed, that an inclusively minded bishop could say, I will not ordain or license someone in my diocese who doesn't believe in equal marriage, or who doesn't believe women should be ordained. This proposal creates an official and condoned postcode lottery as to where a whole swathe of people, because of who they are, will not be able to minister. Despite all our differences, is this a culture we really want to encourage in the Church of England? Reject this. Reject prejudice. And let us all, however we stand theologically, work together for something better than this. We hear that those who cannot support same-sex relationships need space where they can minister with integrity. That needs to apply to all. And to the bishops, I say, you have a choice. Once you put on that purple shirt and are given the mitre and the staff, you can either be a focus for unity or factionalism, not both. Which, my brothers and sisters, do you choose? There is no unity in these proposals, and no fairness either. And many, like me, are watching.
So, somebody to speak for the amendment? Gentleman with the red shirt. And somebody to speak against the amendment? The lady, you, madam, yes. Up to 3 minutes.
Carl Freeman, Exeter 118. I hope I'm going to be quite short about this. A mixture perhaps of theology and of pragmatism. I think when one thinks of the more liberal position, the liberal has the advantage that they can do it to a degree, flex. I remember being told by one DDO, Jonathan Saxby, if anybody remembers him, the thing you have to understand about liberality, Carl, is that you cannot be certain of anything. And therefore it leaves you open to believe, providing you can justify it to some degree, to believe what seems right at the time. The opposite side of the spectrum of theology, perhaps the more conservative, is dealing more in command and certainty of what's been laid down in the Bible. If you love me, you will keep my commands, said Jesus. And so the more conservative is keener to say, well, what are your commands, so that I can demonstrate my love to you? And even if I fail, it will be my aspiration, which is what's important, trying to do the right thing. And that's surely the same for all of us, and the means by which we avail ourselves of God's grace. It seems to me on the pragmatic side of all this, that any solution to this particular aspect of the paper is going to have to be pragmatic. And if it can't accommodate the flexibility of liberality and the more certain position of more conservatism, how on earth are we ever going to come to doing anything together?
Lucy Gorman, 436 York. I want to speak to resist this amendment. And I want to talk about this feeling of being unable to stay, or feeling that we can't just simply agree to disagree. And there's nothing simple about it. I think the fact that we're here again shows that. This is not a new concept. I'm not trying to be all woe is me, but I have felt that my entire life in the Church of England. In fact, a lot of people have. If you're a woman, if you're neurodivergent, if you're GMH, people with disabilities, victims and survivors of abuse, the list goes on. Unfortunately, feeling unwelcome by the Church of England is not this new phenomenon. Yet many of us do choose to stay. I am living proof. It is possible. And it's a choice I make on a regular basis. Is that not what we're called to do? To hold each other together? I've said this many times to many people. I am stood in the middle waiting, and I will stay in the middle waiting. We can do this together. We need to move forward. We have voted for this twice. Like Bishop Martin said, let's get on with what we agreed to do. Let's get the pastoral guidance sorted. Let's get standalone services experimented and move on. I long for the day that we have a fruitful, joyous, uplifting debate around sexuality like we did yesterday on racial justice. Powerful testimonies pushing us on. Bishops asking for us to all be heard before the debate ends. Stonking speeches from the platform. And I do believe it'll happen one day. But as the Archbishop of York said, we need to look non-anxiously to the future without fear. Please do resist this amendment and let's carry on in the direction that we're going. Thank you.
Now, I wish to test the mind of Synod as to whether item 66 has been sufficiently debated, and I therefore put the motion for closure on item 66. Those in favour of the motion for closure on item 66, please show. Green ticks online. Those against? Motion for closure is carried, so I put item 66 to the vote, and if it helps, I am going to order a counted vote of the Synod.
Yes, Chair, I would quite, Robert Thompson, London 166, I call for a counted vote by houses.
Well, do I see 25 members standing? Yes, I do. So there will be a counted vote by houses, and I direct that the bell will be rung. So I order a counted vote. So I order a counted vote by houses.
I'm about to ring the bell to warn members the counted vote by houses to take place. 2 minutes after it ceases, the votes will begin.
No. You'll need to, because people.
This is a counted vote by houses on item 66. Those present at Church House using the voting handsets and who wish to vote in favour should press 1. Those against should press 2. Those who wish to record an abstention should press 3. Those participating remotely should use the online voting platform and vote or register an abstention using the buttons on the screen.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period will end in 15 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
So on item 66, the votes were as follows. House of Bishops in favour 8, against 20, recorded abstentions 2. House of Clergy in favour 83, against 92, recorded abstentions 2. House of Laity in favour 86, against 98, recorded abstentions 1. So the amendment is lost. And I think that's a convenient time to adjourn until tomorrow at 9:15 after worship.
Can I just say something very quickly? Ladies and gentlemen, members of the Synod, good evening. For those whose dioceses begin with certain letters and are invited to a reception at the library this evening, I can't remember the letters, but you'll know who you are. L and M. So that's Canterbury, Carlisle, Manchester, well, I don't know, you know, L and M. If you will start a few minutes late so that I can, and those of us who want to, can participate in worship. And the library is very kindly, at short notice, putting out some of our like the slave Bible and that kind of thing, so to be looked at if you're interested. Thank you.
You sold it to me.